Hello guys, and welcome to your first lecture on Become a Web Developer from Scratch. So I hope you guys are ready, and let's start this amazing adventure and turn you into an amazing developer. So the first thing you need to know is how web pages are created. Simple web pages. So if you open a browser and you go to Google and search for any web page, all those web pages are created with HTML code or XHTML code. If you want to know how the code looks like, you just click the right button of the mouse and click View Page Source, and you'll see a bunch of code that is created randomly or dynamically to show you, for example, this page. As you can see, Google has a lot of code. Even if the page looks very clean and white, there's a lot of code behind it, okay, to make it work. Now, let's go, for example, to a simple page, CNN, for example, and let's click View Page Source. Okay, so this is the HTML code that is behind the CNN.com page. Okay, I'm going to show you how to understand all this code and how to create this code. There's a lot of random or dynamic code here. Okay, so don't worry, I'm going to show you how to create all that. It's easier than it seems. Okay, so don't be scared to see a bunch of lines like this. Okay, so HTML, the code that was created by Tim Berners-Lee. This was the guy that created HTML so we could create web pages, beautiful web pages. If you go to Wikipedia, you can learn more about it, okay, and all the history. This is Tim Berners-Lee. I think in 1990 he created the first version of HTML. Now, CSS is used for styling your web page. So HTML or XHTML is used for creating the sections of a web page or defining the sections of a web page, and CSS will be used to style your web page with colors, different types of fonts as well. So we will learn during this chapter a lot of things you can do with CSS. Now, to start this course, you will only need an internet connection, and you will need a Windows, a Mac, or a Linux system. Okay, I will use a Windows system during this course, but feel free to use whatever system you want. Before I end this first lecture, some of you may ask, what about HTML5 and CSS3? Okay, so before you jump into HTML5, you should learn normal HTML or old HTML or XHTML and CSS. So it's better for you to understand the basics of HTML before you go to HTML5, as well as CSS before you jump into CSS3. Okay guys, so this is it, and see you guys in the next lecture. Hi everyone, in this lecture we will talk about text editors and browsers. So for creating your first web page, you'll need a text editor, which is basically where you'll be able to create your code or the code behind a web page. So we will need also to use a browser, and we have many different browsers that you can use. You can use either Google Chrome, which is a very good browser. This is the one that I use, Google Chrome. You can also use Internet Explorer, which is the official browser of Windows and Microsoft. And you can also use Safari, for example, if you're using a Mac. So I'm going to stick with my favorite browser, which is Google Chrome. And if you want to download Google Chrome, you just need to go to Google Chrome and go here and download it. Okay, it's pretty simple. Download Chrome, install it, and you can use it. So I'm gonna check out the Notepad++ text editor, which is for me, one of the best editors, and it's a free text editor that you can download and use it for infinite time. So let's go to the website and click download. Okay, if you use for example a Linux machine or a Mac machine, you also have other options to download. Okay, there are several good text editors that you can download. You have, for Mac, you can download Text Wrangler, which is very good. Okay, here it is, bare bones software Text Wrangler. Download it for the Mac. And you also have for Linux, one of my favorites is Bluefish. Okay, but you can choose on your own whatever text editor you want and install it on your machine. Okay, I'm going to use for Windows machine, which I'm using a Windows machine, I'm going to use the Notepad++. So let me just click Notepad++ installer here and download it. And here it is. And I'm going to click the file. I'm going to choose here English. Okay, just click next, agree, and let's install it. And let's create a shortcut on desktop and install. And that's it. Let me just run it directly. Okay, so here we have our text editor that we're going to use throughout the course. It's a very, very complete text editor for free, and as I told you, and it will help us to create everything we're going to do on the course, either development projects, applications for the web, a simple web page. So let's start and create our first simple web page. So the really first thing you should do on your code to create a simple web page is to create an HTML tag. Okay, we call these tags, whenever you have less than, type something and bigger than. Okay, so whenever you start or you want to create your first web page, you create the HTML tag, but then you also have to close it. And to close, we need this little bar here. So let's close the HTML tag. So we have an open HTML tag and a closing HTML tag. Inside these tags, we need to create something called the title tags. So let's type title and also close title. It doesn't matter if the closing tag is next to the open tag like this or down here. Okay, it's pretty much the same. So inside the tags, we're gonna type, this is my first web page. Okay, now pay attention, because we're gonna save now the file. Let's click here save. Sorry, let's click save as, and I'm gonna save this in my desktop and call it index.html. Okay, whenever you want to save HTML code for creating a web page, you should create a file .html. Okay, so I'm going to call this index.html and save it. And yes. And as you already see, you can check that now we have all the tags are in blue automatically. Notepad++ recognizes this as HTML code. So we now have differences between several elements, like the tags are in blue and the content inside any tags are in black. Now we have a title already, and I'm going to show you where the title appears in your web page just in a second when I open the browser and run this code. Okay, just a second. Let's finish the whole web page. So we now have opening and closing HTML tags, the title tags, and we also need the head tags. Okay, head tags must be opening tag before the title, and after the title we close the head tag. Okay, after head tags we need the body tags. So we create opening body and closing body. Okay, so inside the body is where you're going to type anything you want that appears on your web page. So if I type, "Hi, my name is Victor," you see that it appears in black. And I'm going to show you this running code in Chrome. So if you go to Run and click it, you have launch in Firefox, launch in Internet Explorer, launch in Chrome, launch in Safari. So whatever browser you're using, make sure you click it. Here I'm going to use Chrome, so launch in Chrome, and as you see, automatically it shows my simple web page, and this is the code. Index.html is the file, and this code presented on the browser shows me this. Okay, so we cannot see any tags here. As you can see, we only see the content of the tags, or inside the tags, which is in this case, "Hi, my name is Victor." Okay, and where do we see the title content, which is "This is my first web page"? Well, we see that in here. Okay, in the tab. Okay, this is where the title appears. Okay, guys, so this was your first creation of an HTML or XHTML page. Very simple. This is where we start. Don't worry, we'll get to the part where you'll be able to create awesome web pages with a lot of colors and functionalities and also animations, but we have to go step by step. Okay, so see you guys on the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, in this lecture we will learn how to use headers, paragraphs, and line breaks. So let's proceed with the code we left and the file we left called index.html, and we saved it on our desktop. Here is mine, and you can go and open Notepad, and here's the code inside that file. Okay, this is the code that we created in the last video, so it could show us a very simple web page. It just says, "Hi, my name is Victor," on the body section. So if I launch this in Chrome, this is what we'll get. We have a tab with a title. This is my first web page, and also, "Hi, my name is Victor." Okay. One thing that I have to tell you guys is that index.html, this is how we save files with HTML code. But you might see some files or old files with the extension HTM. Okay, HTM was the extension of old HTML files when still DOS was around, and it only supported 3 characters for extensions. So we had to type HTM for old HTML files. Okay, so now that we are able to use more than 3 characters for extension files, we use HTML. So just a reminder that you might see some HTM, but it's basically the same thing. Okay, and you can edit them as you edit an HTML code. So let's open the code. Here is the index.html that we created, and this web page is very simple. We just have title or tab and this in the body section. So let's learn a few more things for create a little bit more complex web page. The first thing is how to use the header tags. The header tags are basically used for titles and subtitles whenever you have content. Let's say you have content with news, So I'm going to show you a very simple example. So let's create h1 tags and close h1, and inside it we're going to type news today. Okay, and down here we're going to type these are the news today about the world. Okay, so let's open this in Chrome and see the result and how this is shown on Chrome on our browser. Okay, great. So we have news today with h1 tags, and you see the difference between the element h1 tags and the element that is normal text. Now, elements are whatever it's inside the tags and the tags itself. So whenever you see tags and content inside tags, we call this an element. So this is an element. This should be another element. We don't have tags, but it's inside the body tags. So we also, as you can see, we now have elements inside other elements, because body is an element and h1 is another element. So we can have elements inside other elements. And let's type here, for example, instead of h1, let's type h2. Now make sure you type h2 and put the number 2 in the opening tag and the closing tag. So this reference is for headers. Header 1, it's the size, okay? And this would be size 2, header 2. So let's see how that presents in Chrome. I already have my Chrome opened here. Now, if you want to see changes and you open the same tab that you already had opened before, you can, to see the changes of your code to apply, you have to click the reload button here. So when you click it, you see automatically applies the code that we change here, and the changes applies to your web page. And we see that news today is a little bit more tiny, and if we use h3, it will be more little than h2. Okay, and you can go on until, I think you can go on until h5 or h6, I think. Okay, the most common headers is h1, h2, and maybe h3. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it h1, which is the best size. Refresh. Okay, there it is. Now, there are also other tags that you can use, which is the paragraph. And we use paragraph to create paragraphs. Now, this, I'm going to put this between p tags, which stands for paragraph. So we have to open and close it here. Now, if we want another here, this is another paragraph. And we close here, and let me open this, refresh, and there it is. Okay, this is how we create paragraphs in the body section, okay, or the body element. So you can create as much paragraphs as you wish. This way you can control your content under paragraphs. Okay, now when you have a bunch of text, there's also something you can use, which is a line break. And basically a line break, what it does is, let's take the paragraphs out, and let's put this all in the same line here, and let's go to the browser, refresh it, and there it is. Everything is like in the code. But if I go here and type br space and slash, you save it and you return to your browser and you refresh it, you'll check that automatically that tag breaks the lines or the text, okay? And whatever comes after the line break tag, it has to go to another line below, okay? In here. So make sure you type this as BR and space and then backslash, okay? And you only need one tag. You don't need to open and close a break or line break tags. You just need this one here to break, okay, the text. So that's how we do it. And you might ask, why do I need this space? Why don't I just put this? So let's try it, and I'm pretty sure it will work as well. As you can see, it works. But for XHTML rules, we must use it like this. Otherwise, you'll find some problems in your future code when you have reached a large number of content on your web page. Okay, make sure your line break always uses this space. Okay, guys. Another thing you can use in the future is the horizontal line. And to create an horizontal line, we just type HR space, like the BR, and the backslash. So let's just grab all this and copy and paste it down here. Okay, now let's save this and let's launch this in Chrome. Okay, so as you can see, we have this horizontal line, which is very, very common to divide sections, and you can do this on your future projects. And now you know how you can do this. Whenever you want to put it between segments or text, you just type the HR space backslash. Okay, that will create an horizontal line. So this is all for now, and see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to use bold text or bold characters, and italic text or italic characters, and also how to apply comments or what comments are in the XHTML code. So the first thing, let's start by creating some bold text. It's very, very easy. So we have here the code that we created from the last video. I advise you always to save the code when we end the lecture, because probably we will proceed in the next lecture with the same code we saved previously. So to create a bold character or a bold text part of the text, we just type the B tags and close B. So in this way, if we opened here the B tag, close it here, whatever it's inside as a content, which is "this are the news," will be in bold. And to prove it, I'm gonna show you, and there it is. Okay, we have this in bold and the rest is normal text. So if I just put the closing B tag here, this will be all in bold. Okay, guys, very, very simple. You might also see the strong tag, which was used also in HTML, which is pretty similar to bold text or characters. And as you'll see, if I refresh, it doesn't change. It's basically the same. So you might see this around to put some bold text in the content of a web page. We also have the italic, which is defined by the I tag. Okay, and let's close it here. So everything in here will be in italic. So let's refresh, and there it is. Perfect. Okay, There's also another optional tag. Instead of I, you could see for italic characterization or italic style, that is the EM. Okay, instead of I, you might see EM, and basically it does the same to the text. As you will see, I will refresh, and basically it's italic as well, but it was used a lot as well in HTML, and you might see this around. So you can use either I or EM, both work and both are supported by XHTML. So another thing that I want to show you and explain to you is you might see a lot of comments in other XHTML code that you see around or from another developer. And comments basically are used to make some little notes or put some little notes so you don't forget to what that content has or what you should do for that part of the code in the next day, and you don't forget it. Simple notes you can apply inside your code, but it doesn't show on your browser. So you can always leave them there, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So let's say we have this line of code here with the content, and I want to put some comments in here. So what I do is the exclamation symbol here, and then 2 minus symbols here, as you can see here, and then let's type something like don't forget to end this section on Friday or something like that. So it's a message for you or for your own project so you don't forget it, or you can leave a message if you're working with another developer. And this will be here, and as you can see it's in green, and no one will see this unless you open the file and you see the code. This won't be presented to the user on the browser. As you'll see, let's save this and let me refresh, and there it is. Okay, nobody sees it. This will only be presented to the developer in the code. Okay, so this is how we make comments on XHTML code. And we can still put this down here and type here whatever we want. Everything will be in green, and everything will be considered as comments, okay, whenever it's between these tags. Other thing that I should talk as well is a block quote. What is a block quote? Block quote are basically an excerpt or from a copyright source, and you can set it down the page or down content text. So I'm going to show you a very, very simple example. Let's say we have, let's put this here and call this type more. The guy was waiting for it and was arrested. Now down here, whenever you want to type some little content or text from a copyrighted source, we type a block quote. And to type block quote, just type block quote tag here, okay, and close it, of course. Okay, so whatever we type between them, you'll see how it presents right now in a minute. Let me just grab this. News came from CNN and other sources, as well as other journalists or something like that. Type whatever you want just to see the result, and make sure you save this, and if you refresh it, there it is. You basically have paragraphs up in here, and then you have a little space in here, This is for all the copyrighted source that talks about the author or something about the source of the report. So this is how you do it, and it's very used for website news and all that. Okay, so see you guys in the next video, and hope you are practicing your skills, and we will learn a lot more. Okay, see you. Hello guys, welcome to another lecture. In this video we'll talk about how to create lists and what types of lists are they available on XHTML. So we have three types of lists that exist on XHTML. They are the numbered lists, the bulleted lists, and the definition lists. So let's go one by one and see how they work. So let's start with creation of numbered lists. A numbered list consists of at least 2 items, so you need at least 2 items to create a numbered list. Each item will be defined with a number, okay? So whenever you need a numbered list with, let's say, priority importance of items, you can use this way. And I'm going to show you how to do it. It's very simple. The first tag you should use, OL tag. And let's close it down here. And between the OL tag, you use the LI tag. Okay, and close LI here. And let's open LI and close LI here. Okay, so OL stands for ordered list, and inside the OL tags we need to type the LI tags for each item. So here will be, this will have item 1 and this will have item 2. And let's save this, and you'll see not only here but you'll see in a lot of coding that we indent and give a space whenever we have elements inside other elements. So it gives a very organized sensation of the code, and often developers want the code to be indented every single time. So make sure you always create indents on your elements. Okay? You can either indent 1 or 2 times whenever you have elements inside another element. So we have the first element, which is OL, or the ordered list tags. We indent it 1 time, and then we indent everything that is inside the ordered list 1 time as well. So we will have everything well organized and indented. I will remind you of this throughout the whole course, so you can make your code very organized and present it like in a professional way. So let's proceed with the ordered list and save this. And let me check this now and run it on Chrome. And there it is. Perfect. We have 1 and 2, and this is the content of LI tags, item 1 and item 2. So let's create more items for the list. I can copy this, and here instead of item 1 let's type BMW, Mercedes, and Ferrari. This is not my choice of cars at all, okay guys? So let's just type whatever you want, and this would be Ford. So if you save this and go to the browser and refresh, there it is. We have an ordered list perfectly organized here, and this is how you can create an ordered list without much sacrifice. So we have another list that you can create, another type of list, which is the bulleted list. And a bulleted list is created very easily. Instead of the OL tags, we just have to change them by UL tags. Okay, UL means an ordered list, which basically stands for bulleted list, or will transform the list on bulleted list. So as you will see in the browser, if I refresh, there it is. Okay, we have bullets instead of numbers, and this is a common listed that we see all the time on web pages. So this is how you do it. In the future, I will show you as soon as we start doing some images lectures and how to work with images and XHTML, I will show you how to put, instead of bullets, how to put your own image. Okay, so that leaves us with a final choice, which is the definition list. And to create a definition list, we need three types of tags. The first tag we need is the DL tag, okay, which stands for definition list. Okay, good. Next we need the DT tag, which stands for definition term. And here between the DT tags, let's type BMW, and down here let's type the last tag we need, which is the DD tag. DD tag stands for definition list definition. So DD and close DD. Okay, and inside the DD tags as content, we're going to put something like, for example, the BMW is one hell of a car. Okay, something that defines the BMW. Now we can do for each one of the cars, we can do the same thing. So let me just put this here, and let me copy this and put it, paste it here, and another one, paste it here. So instead of BMW, you can type Ferrari, and here Ferrari. Okay, and here type Mercedes and Mercedes. Okay, so let's check how this is presented on the browser. Let me refresh, and there it is. Okay, so we basically have the name of the car, which is almost like a title, which is inside the DT tags, and then we have some description, which is indented, as you can see here. It almost works like the Blockquote. Okay, and this is how we can create defined lists, and that's basically how you can use it for definitions with titles, and maybe you can use this as well for news feed or something like that. You can also use nesting lists. So I'm going to show you how to nest a list, and it's very simple as well. So you just type ordered list tag and close it, ordered list, down here, and let's type li, and close li. Now let's push the closing li down here, and inside the li tags we're gonna type ul. So we basically create an ordered list inside the ordered list, and in here we create li and close li, and li and close li, and let's have another one. It's li. And here you can type, let's say, tomatoes, and let's type chips or whatever food you want to type there, and up in here just next to the opening li tag, we're going to type, let's say, food list. Okay. Now let's copy this. Let's approach a little bit more the spaces between, or the lines between each tag here, and also here and here, and save this. So we have an ordered list inside an li, and then inside a ordered list. Now let's check this out and run it in Chrome. And this is what we would get. So as you can see, it's a pretty cool feature and very presentable for having subcategories. And let me check this and do it again like this. Copy, paste it, and maybe food list, and maybe instead of food list, let's type toys list. And here we can type cars and bikes and something like Playmobil. Okay, and save this. Let's go to the browser, Chrome, refresh it, and there it is. Okay, so this is how you can give subcategories to lists. Now we have a problem here that you can see, which is we have one food list and then we have the one again. So to avoid this, I made a mistake here, which is the closing ordered list here and the opening ordered list here. Basically just delete those two and save this. Let's return back, and now we have 1 and 2. Perfect. Okay, so this is all for now. Hope you guys practice a lot, and see you guys on the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture on XHTML and CSS. In this lecture we will learn about links, how to create links, and how to use links. If you ever wondered what links are, if you go to Google homepage, you'll see at the top several links you can click and you'll be redirected to another page. So if we click YouTube here, probably we'll be redirected to YouTube website. Okay, so these are all links, and we use links to travel around the web from one web page to another, or one website to another website. We can also use links to download files or open images and some other cool features that we will learn later with the JavaScript chapter. Okay, so let's stick with the simple links functionality, which is taking us from a web page to another web page. We often call links also hyperlinks. So you may see someone talking about hyperlinks, and links are basically the same thing. Okay, to create a link or a hyperlink, you have to open your Notepad++, and let's go to the code that we have created on index.html. And in the body section, let's delete all from the previous video, and let's create a link, a very simple link. So it could take us, for example, to YouTube website. So to create a link, we have to use an anchor tag, and an anchor tag is used with the A letter, and then we type href equals and 2 double quotes, and between the double quotes we type the HTTP or the address, the complete address of YouTube, www.youtube.com, and now we type or we close the anchor tag. Okay guys, now we still don't have anything to show. If I save this and run this in Chrome, I still don't have anything or any link to show to the user so he can click it and go to YouTube. But I can go here in between the tags and type take me to YouTube or whatever you want for the user to see on the web page so he can click. And if you run this now, there it is. Take me to YouTube, and if I click it, or if you click it, you'll go directly to YouTube. How awesome is that? So we are progressing on how to work with web pages, and now we know how links work and how to create links to any web page in the world or any website in the world that we want. Now let's say we have a sentence or a paragraph here saying, hi, my name is, and you can click here to go to YouTube webpage or YouTube website. Now I want this here, from here to here, this to be the link that you click or the user clicks on the website or on our web page to go to YouTube. So what we have to do is basically delete this and this as well. And here we type or put the anchor tag or the opening anchor tag. So href means where do you want the user to go when it clicks the link. So HTTP, and here you type www.youtube.com, and voila, everything is okay now. And let's save this and let's try this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so now we have a little problem. Hi, my name is Victor, and you can click here to go to YouTube website, but click and here are doesn't have a space, as you can see. And to give it a space, we can just go in here and give it a space here. Perfect. So let's go again to the browser, refresh, and there it is. So, hi, my name is Victor, and you can click here to go to YouTube, and you see it's underlined. So if you click here, there it is. Okay. Before we proceed with more properties of links, I want to show you how to create underline sentences or paragraphs or texts or characters. Okay. Let's say I want the name Victor underline. It's very easy. Just create a U tag or underline tag before the name Victor and then close it after the name. Okay, let's save this and run it in Chrome, and there it is. You see that Victor now is underlined. Now you see that by default all links as well are underlined, and I'm going to show you later how you can manipulate links, and if you don't want to have the links underlined, you can take these out, and you can basically style the links however you want. So this is all for now, and we'll continue with more features in the next video. Okay guys, see you later. Bye. Hi guys, welcome to another lecture of XHTML and CSS. In this lecture, I will teach you how to create multiple web pages under one portal or one website. We've just created, until now, one unique file, index.html, which would be our main page or home page. And I want to create and teach you how to create more web pages under the same web portal. Okay, so let's say we want a home page, a contact page, and an about us page. So let's open our Notepad++ editor, And this is our main page. So what I want to do here, it's in the title. Firstly, let's type homepage and save. You may wonder why I call this index.html, and for developers and for projects in web development, index.html, usually it's the main page or the page that the user sees first. Okay, so get used to this index.html and calling this your homepage. Index.html is something that you will use a lot. You will learn later why this has to do with Apache servers, and we'll learn that on another chapter. But for now, just remember to call your main page index.html or your homepage. Now here we have a link that we created in the last chapter. We also going to create links to travel from one web page to another inside our website. Let's type here in H1. Let's type here homepage, and then let's create here a link, a href. Let's close this A, and then we can type here a line break and type a href equals double quotes A, and type another line break, and the third is href equals, and here we don't need another line break. So we've learned how to create links to another website or other websites on the web. So you would just have to type the full URL, and for those who don't know what a URL is or means, URL is Uniform Resource Locator. You can read more about it on Wikipedia, but basically is what you see up here. Okay, it's like an address, a full address for each different web page on the World Wide Web. So each different page will have a unique address or URL up in here. Okay, so if I type here, let's say I want to type let's say facebook.com directly on the address bar of the navigator or the browser, it will take me directly to my account or my Facebook. Okay, so this is how you can control and how you travel around the World Wide Web. So let me create here just an example. If I have a unique web page that I see on, let's say, YouTube, and or a video. Let's say I want this video here, here. I can directly click here and copy the address of this page and put it in here. Okay, and let's type a content here, like new video from YouTube. Sorry, not a form, it's from YouTube, and save this. And if I run this in the browser, okay, I have here a link that I can click, new video from YouTube, and if I click it, it will send me directly to the video that I told you about or that we saw just a minute ago, okay? Because I just used the URL address. So this will take you to a unique page, and basically you can use it for creating as much links as you want to whatever you want to go on the web. Just remember to type the complete URL. So you have to type HTTP and colon and the double backslash, okay? Now, another type of link you can use, instead of going to other web pages on the web or websites on the web, you can use the links to travel from one web page to another in your own website. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is create a new file. Let me save index.html, which is our home page. Here, let us type home page. And here, let us type about. And here, we can type contact. And let's save this. So let's create now the about page. And to do that, we basically click here to create a new file. And now you just have to grab all this code, copy it, and paste it here on the new file. And let me save this as on the desktop next to the index.html file with the name about.html. Okay, and up in here, instead of homepage, you can type about. Now you can still do the same thing one more time and paste the code and save this as contact.html. Perfect. So what happened now is that we have the index.html as our homepage. We have an about.html file and a contact.html file. So each file is a full web page of your website or portal. Okay? It doesn't matter if you type capital letters or normal. So I'm going to type here the C, normal C without capital. And in here, what we have to do, you'll see that if I open index.html and run it on Chrome, okay, we have here homepage link, the about link, and the contact link. We should travel from one page to another if I click it. But it doesn't work and doesn't happen anything right now because we need to specify here the file where you want to go. Okay, so if I want to go to the file or load the file about.html, which is the page about, we can type here the name of the file. Okay, so homepage is index.html. The about is about.html, and the contact is contact.html. Okay, and let's save this. Now we have to do the same thing for the about.html and contact.html. Okay, so if we go to about.html, we just type here index.html, about.html, and contact.html. Now the same thing for contact. Make sure you type it all very well, okay? And in here about.html and contact.html. Make sure you don't miss any dot, okay? And now we have all the links we need in every single page. To here we have to type contact. Sorry, forgot this. Contact. And here also change it to contact. And the about here will be about. So I think we are ready, and we have now the three different web pages inside our website. Now let's try if this is working and everything is okay. So let's run index.html in Chrome, and there it is. We have the homepage link, about link, and contact link. If we click about, we are directly sent to about page. And if we click contact, we are sent to the contact page. Okay, so this is how we can travel around web pages from our own website. Okay, and this is how we can navigate through web pages. Now, we also can create a folder now And for that, make sure you click and close the tabs on your editor. Okay, and let's create a new folder. So let me just create a new folder here, and let's call it website. And let's grab the about HTML, index HTML, and contact HTML and put it inside the folder website. And this is where we're going to keep now all our future files of our website or our future web pages. Okay, that belongs to this website. So let's open now the files under website folder. If we go here and go, here it is, and here are the 3 files. Okay, so now I can go directly and open index.html, and here I can open also the contact, and here I have the code, and also open the about page. So I'm in control of every single web page and their own code. Okay, so I can change anything I want right now. I'm in full control, and I can create as many links and as many web pages I want, as long as I create links to travel from one page to another. Okay, guys. There's also another tricky way to travel around or inside your own website. If we create another, let's say, folder inside the folder website, for example, user files or maybe admin files. Let me just go in here to the code and create a new file. I'm going to grab all this code, copy, put it in here, and let me save this as inside the admin files folder. Let's call this admin1.html. Okay, so here would be admin1 and admin1. Okay, so let's save this, and now let's run index.html again. Here it is. I can go to homepage, about, and contact. Let's create another one more ahref or anchor tag and link for the admin1.html. But now the problem is that the admin.html is not in the same folder and next to the index, about, and contact. Okay, so this, you'll see that it will not work. Okay, so if we run now index.html and oops, I forgot to put a line break here. Okay, now we are done. Launch in Chrome, and if we click admin, okay, we have this kind of error page because it doesn't find any file called admin1.html, okay, in the same folder that we have contact and about. Okay, the folder is admin files. So to open the folder and check for the admin1.html and open that in the browser, we have to manipulate here a little bit this, and what we have to do is type the folder which is called admin, and it's called admin files. So what we do here is admin files / admin1.html. Okay, and now I'm sure it will work. So if we go back here, or let me just run this directly here in Chrome, and we click admin, there it is. We go directly to admin. Now it does recognize the file, it found the file, and it opens the file. Now, what about if I'm in admin1 page and I click homepage? Doesn't work. Why is that? Because we have to jump a folder up. Okay, so we are here and we have links, but it doesn't find here any contact.html or index.html or about.html. So what we have to do is to go to the admin1.html, and here to go up a folder we type 2 dots and slash. Okay, so this is the way we use to link to files that are in the up folder, okay, on the upper folder. And if we still have another folder, we can also do another 2 dots and another slash, okay, but we just need to go up. This means 2 dots and a slash means go up one folder, okay, and search for index.html. So you now see a little bit more complexity on this address that we need to give to links, okay? And let's check it out if this is working. So now we are in admin1. If we click homepage, great. If we click about, it finds about page, and contact page, it finds contact. Okay guys, so this is how we can create folders inside other folders and put some web pages and HTML files there and make a connection with links between files that are not in the same folder. Okay guys, see you in the next video. Bye.
Before you start the video, make sure you go to Control Panel, Folder Options, View, and uncheck Hide Extensions for known file types. Okay? This way you'll be able to see always the file extensions.
Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture on XHTML and CSS. In this lecture we will learn how to customize links and how to create different types of links. So we've learned how to create simple links to different web pages and different websites other than our website. So we can link now from our website to another website in the web, and also links from a web page inside our website to another web page. And I'm going to show you how to create links to download different types of files in other websites or in your own website. Okay, so we'll be able to create specific paths where files are stored, and the user will be able to download those files that are stored on our website. So we have our website inside this folder called website, and let's open that. And here are the files that we have, and let's create a text file and call it test1.txt. And let's open this and let's just type, for example, hi, this is just a test, and save it. Okay, perfect. So let's go back to the code and type, create a link here, and the name or the content on the href, the full path is the name of the file itself. So we're gonna call this test1.txt, and in here let's type text file. Save this. Let's run this in Chrome. Okay, there it is. So we have a link saying text file, and if we click it, you'll see that you see the content now of the text file itself. Now this will take you, as you can see here in the URL, will take you directly to the file itself and show us the content of that file. So browsers are able now to open the file on their location. Okay, but if we want to download the text file, we can also do it by clicking right button of the mouse and click Save As. Okay, save link as. And here it is, test1.txt that we have on our website. And now we are able to download and save this text or txt file in my computer. So let me save this on my desktop. And there it is, downloaded. And here it is, downloaded and in my desktop. Perfect. Okay, so this is how we can create the download links in our websites. And also browsers, if you don't want to download, the browsers itself will open the file. If it is a text file or a picture, it will open in the browser itself. So you can see the content of the file before you decide to save as to your location or your local machine. Okay. Now there's also another feature very useful that you can use, which is, let me just show you before we talk about this new feature. Let me go and launch this in Chrome, and you'll see that when I click about or contact link to travel from one page to another on our website, every time I click the link we travel and the tab is always the same. So how can I do to open another tab or a new tab when I click a new link? So to do that is very easy. Let's go to the about.html path here, or the about link, and if you want to open the about in another tab automatically in your browser, you just have to type target equals double quotes and underscore and type blank. Okay, save that and let's run this on Chrome. And if you go to the about page now, let me just click here. Let's go again to Chrome. Okay, so we have one tab, home page, and if we click about page, you'll see that it opens a new tab, okay, for the about page. So this is how we can create or make the user to click a link and the new link will open on a new tab. You have to use on the links the target blank attribute. Okay guys, now I'm going to show you how to create links direct to locations in our web page content. So let's say we have a lot of content and the page is very long, and I create a link from another web page. So when I click the link, I will go directly to that specific part of the page, content of the page. Let's create those different contents. So let's go to the contact page, and here let's create a lot of content. So let's go to Google, let's type XHTML, Wikipedia, let's grab all this, copy paste, and paste it here. Okay, so here it is. Let's put this between p tags, close p tag here, and let's give it a h1 here and close h1. Let's call this XHTML intro. And down here we'll create some more content. Let's go back, let's save this, and let's go back to the page down here and grab maybe all this, copy it, paste it here, put a P here and here at the end. Okay, now we have two paragraphs, and here let me just type H1 And here let's type H, close H1 as well. And let me type XHTML overview and save this. Now let's run this in Chrome. Let's see how it's presented. Okay, so this is what we have right now. We have a very big paragraph, and let's create one more paragraph. So let's go back to Wikipedia, motivation, perfect. Copy this. Paste it here, closing P, and open P tag. And now as well we can type H1 and close H1, and here between we're gonna type XHTML, and it was motivation. Save this. Let's run this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so now we have a large amount of information and content on this page, and let's say I'm in the home page and I want to create a link directly to this part or this content here. So what I do, we go in here and type, let's take the P out, and we have to create a anchor tag but without the ahref. We create name, which is an attribute which will hold a value here, and let's give it a value so we can remember the XML motivation section. So I'm going to call this motivation. You can name it whatever you want, and at the end here we have to type A. So what this will do, it will recognize this section or this paragraph as the paragraph name with motivation value. Okay, this paragraph will be called motivation. And now we can create a link on another page so we can take us here directly. And you'll see what I mean. Let's go to index.html and create now a ahref. We type the name of the file or the page where we want to send the user, and then the pound symbol, and then we type the name or the value of the attribute name. Okay, so here after the pound symbol we type motivation. Let's call this read the XHTML motivation section. Save this, run this in Chrome, and if we click here we will go directly to the motivation part, okay, as you can see here. So it will take us directly to the section where we want to send the user to. Okay guys, so this is how we can create, customize, and specify links to a certain part of a web page. So this is all for now, and see you on the next video, and don't forget to practice. Okay, bye. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture on XHTML and CSS. This lecture we will talk about doctype declarations, adding XHTML namespaces, defining metadata, and what are the deprecated elements on XHTML. Okay, so first of all, let's open index and make sure you have your browser ready as well. Now you know how to create a simple web page or XHTML page. We already created. We have this index.html, but before we can start declaring this XHTML page or web page or website fully functional and official, we need a declaration doctype. And what is a declaration doctype? All XHTML files needs a declaration doctype. It specifies which version of HTML or XHTML they are using. So if you are using HTML 4.01, you have three different kinds of doc types you can use, which is the transitional, the strict, and the frame set. In order for you to understand better this, you can go doc type declarations in Wikipedia, and you can search down here the different. Here you have the HTML 4.01 doc types declarations you can use. Okay, so you have here the strict, here you have the transitional, and here you have the frame set. But this is a very old code, and we are using the new one, XHTML 1.0. So this is what you have to copy one of these and paste it on the top of your page or your code of XHTML. Now, the one that you should choose, and the most used one nowadays, is the transitional, which is this one here. Copy and paste it here at the top of the index.html page and save this. Okay, so now we have our doc type declaration. Now this is an official web XHTML page and code with the doc type at the top of the page. The transitional doc type is the most common and most used among developers on the web. Because the strict and the frame set are almost deprecated, and for common web pages we need to use the transitional doc type. Okay, so make sure you have this at the top of your web page or your code in all of your files. Okay, make sure you put this on of your files. So let's go to the top here, paste this, save the about page as well, save, and the admin one as well, and save. Okay, perfect. Okay. Now, obviously, you should know about all these different doc types for the old XHTML or HTML. But for the new HTML5 version, the only thing we need to create a doc type is this. Okay? This is the only thing that we will need to declare the doc type, and we will not need the XML and S as well. This is how easy it is with HTML5. Okay, but we will get into HTML5 later on this course. Now there's another thing you can use in your code, which is the XML namespace. And to add the XML namespace, we need to go to the opening tag of HTML and give it a space, and then type XML and S, which stands for XML namespace, equals to double quotes, and then you have to type a URL, which is the HTTP, and it's the www.w3.org /1999/XHTML. Now let's save this, and just for curiosity, let's click this link and open it, and let's see where it goes. Okay, so it goes to a page called w3.org, and it has some definitions explaining the what is the namespace or what is the namespace of XHTML, and basically a lot of manuals and data we have here. Okay. Now, I'm going to just give you a little introduction of this, and we will cover it more deeply on the XML chapter. W3.org or W3C, it stands for a World Wide Web Consortium, and basically these are the guys or the consortium that gives the rules to use the markup languages that we have on the web for creating websites. So let's add a namespace here. Okay, I already did. Here it is. We just need to put this on the HTML opening tag, and that's it. That's basically it, okay? We'll talk more about this on the XML chapter. Now we have also meta tags. Meta tags are defined inside the head tags in here and after the title. Meta tags refers or gives information to the web browser about data on your website. It basically describes your web page. So you have several different metadata or meta tags you can use. Metadata for a page may include, for example, keywords for search optimization, search engine optimization, description of the page, information about the page author, and more subjects that describes your page or your platform or application on the web, okay? So let's define a few metadata or meta tags for our simple website in this case. The first metadata we should define is in what characterization we are using our content of the page, of the web page. Either it's in English or we use characterization for different kind of languages, foreign languages like Arabic or maybe some Chinese or Japanese. So we are using English, so we have to define it here with this meta HTTP equiv equals, and now we type content type, and here we type content equals to text HTML and semicolon and a space, and then we type char set characterization sets to, and here is where we have to type UTF-8. Okay, now this is the code. Make sure you end it here with slash, and UTF-8, it's the characterization used for English characterization of the content or text. Now if you want to use another characterization or set to another characterization for foreign languages, you have to go and search for the other codes. So let's type here char set codes. Okay, so we have HTML char set list, and this will give you all the different kind of characterization you can use for different languages, like such Chinese, Korean, Western alphabet. Okay, and here is the UTF-8, which stands for Universal Alphabet. Okay guys, so make sure you use the UTF-8 in the meta characterization. And here let's create more meta tags, like for example the keywords we want to use. We type meta name equals, and here you can type KWRD, okay, which stands for keyword, and now space. Now you type content equals double quotes. Now you type all the keywords you want to use. So you can be searched on Google, or your web page can be searched and ranked on other search engines like Bing from Microsoft. Okay, let's say we have a website about an online store about, let's say, computers. So we can type store PCs, computer, let's say sell, buy, cheap. Okay, whatever you remember and you want to use as your keyword for search engine optimization, you can use it here, or you have to put it in here. Okay, this is up to you to choose the keywords you want. Now let's close this and let's type a description of the website. So you type meta name equals desk, okay, for description. Then you type content equals to, let's type, for example, online store for computers, for selling computers, something like that. Okay, great. And close it. Okay. There is also a very, very curious meta tag, which will make your user to be redirected to another page after X seconds, or how many seconds you want. So let's do that and try it and see if it works. So let's type here meta, and to do that you type HTTP equiv, and then equal double quotes, and you type refresh, and then content equals to the seconds you want to give the user to wait to be resent to or redirected to. So the user will open this page, index.html, and after 10 seconds he will be redirected to this page here. Let's make, after the 10, type semicolon space and type URL equals to http /www, and now we can type w3c.org. okay, and close it here with double quote and with slash. Okay, let's save this, let's run this in Chrome and see if it works. So we are here, let me just wait 10 seconds and see if we are redirected. Let's see, and there it is. Perfect, it works perfectly. So this is kind of a tricky way you can use to redirect your users whenever you want to whatever page you want after 10 seconds passes. Now, before we end this video, I would recommend you to, instead of using keyword, make sure you use keywords so it be recognized for all web browsers. And also, we still miss the meta for the author. Okay, the author for the web page. So here we type author, and also here we type name, and then we have type Victor Bastos. Okay, so make sure you type your name in here, or the name of the company, which is the author of the website. And let's also change here desk for description. Okay, so desk and keyword are acceptable, but in case of doubt, make sure you type the full name keywords. Okay, so it can be searched for all engines, search engines, either Google, Bing, and Yahoo, and also it can be read by all browsers. So make sure you type the full description and full keywords name. By the way, I have an error here. Instead of name here, should be content. Okay. So now let's talk about deprecated tags and what are the deprecated tags or elements. So if you type deprecated HTML tags, you're gonna get several websites where you can check all the HTML tags that are no longer valid or deprecated. So if we go to this first, deprecated HTML tags and alternatives, let's check that out. You'll see a lot of deprecated tags that are no longer valid. Okay, so you should avoid these tags. Now that doesn't mean that they will not work. If you use them, they will still work, but you should avoid the tags if you want to avoid future problems with your code. Okay, and you want to stick to the HTML standards. Now let's check another website. We can go to this one here, deprecated tags in HTML4.
Okay, and here you have several ones that you can check as well. Let's check another website. Let's check W3 Schools. Here you also have a big list of all the deprecated tags of HTML, and also if they are supported by HTML5 or not. So make sure you check that and also avoid them. Okay, see you guys in the next lecture. Bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture on XHTML and CSS. In this lecture we'll talk about how to implement images on our website and how to customize those images with widths and heights, and also how to create links from those images. So the first thing we should do is open Notepad++, and the first thing is in the index.html, let's get rid of this line here, which sends us after 10 seconds to this URL here. So we'll not need that now. Okay. And before we put any kind of image on our website or index.html page, I have to tell you that there are 3 different kinds of extension images files you should use: .gif, .png, and .gpg or JPEG. Okay, so these 4 extensions or type of images files are the recommended ones that you should use on your web pages and are the most common ones on the web right now. Okay, I'm not gonna specify difference between them, but you can go to Google and search for GIF, PNG, and JPG, and you have several links you can read and articles. Here is one very good. So you have the specification for each kind of different type of image. Here you have the GIF image description, the JPG or JPEG, which are the same, and the PNG. Okay, so make sure you read that, and then you can choose the appropriate image you want to use on your website. The first thing you should do to put an image on your website is have an image on your website folder. So you need it locally, and I have these 2 images that I just downloaded. I have the saloon.jpg and the saloon2.jpg. I'm going to put these 2 on our main website, which is the index.html, our main page. Let me just go to index.html. And the first thing you do is create the image tag, which is emg space src equals double quotes, and then close it with a slash here. And inside the double quotes, you should put the path or the URL for the image file. So you can either load an image from URL on another website, okay, or you load it locally from a file that is local on your website or your computer or your server. Okay, so I have mine here, which is saloon.jpg. So let's just load that, saloon.jpg. Perfect. And now I can give it a width and a height. So I can basically do whatever I want with the width and the height. Let's just give it a 200 pixels of width and 200 pixels of height, and save this. And let me just check it, run it in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so we have our first loaded images into our homepage. Here it is. I would always recommend that you store the images where you have your website files. Okay, it will be better for you, and your website will load a lot faster, as well as the images. Okay, so make sure you have your images stored locally, where you have the all the files of your website, and not making paths. Don't make paths to other or link to other images on other websites. Okay, that will make it very, very slow. Make sure you store your own images on your website. Okay. Now there's also another property that you should use, which is called the alternative test, and we type it like this: ALT equals double quotes. Now inside double quotes, you should type the description of the image. Okay, this is for visual impaired users who may not be able to see the images, and they may use text-to-speech software so they can know what the image is all about. So let's type here saloon bar or saloon bar at night. Okay, and there's also another property you should use, which is the title. Let's call this saloon bar. Let's save this, and I'm going to show you what the title does right now. If you go to Chrome and open it, as soon as you put the mouse over the image, you have a title here. As you can see, a pop-up saying saloon bar. So this is the title of the image. Okay, and this is how you can create titles for each image, and how to specify the description for each image on your website. Let's now create and load another image that I have here locally, which is the saloon2.jpg. Image src equals saloon2.jpg. Width equals the same, and height equals 200 pixels as well. Alternative text, saloon. Just type the same as the first one, saloon bar at night. Title equals saloon bar 2. You can type that. So let's close this. Perfect. Let's save it and let's run it in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so now we have two images, each image with his own title. Okay, and let's learn now how to create from these images links. So whenever I click one of the images, will be sent to another website. To do that is very, very easy and simple. You just need to wrap the image tag between an anchor tag. So let's just type here HTTP, and then let's send these guys to youtube.com, and you have to close here the anchor tag. Okay, now we do the same thing in the second image, and let's send these guys to HTTP. Let's send them to facebook.com. Okay, so whenever I click the first image, I'll be sent to YouTube, and the second image I will be sent to Facebook. Let's try that and see if it works. So here you see now that I can click the first image. When I click it, perfect, sent to YouTube. Now let's try the second one, and if I click the second one, sent to Facebook. Okay guys, so this is how you can create links from images, and now you are able to put and complete your website with whatever image you want, and with the widths and heights you want, and also create links as images. Okay, this is all, and see you guys on the next lecture. Bye. Hi guys, welcome to a new lecture on XHTML and CSS. This lecture will introduce you to tables. Now, tables are used for several elements or several sections on a web page. In the old days, we used tables to create the full layout of a web page. That is not recommended anymore. So tables are now created to show several different little sections on a web page. So let's start and create our first simple table. Let's open our Notepad++ and let's go to the index.html page. And in here, we're going to create first table. So the first thing you should do is create the table tag and close it down here with the closing tag. So it has an opening tag and a closing tag. Now between the table tags, let me indent this. Now between the table tags, we type the tr and close tr. The tr tags stands for table row. Now if we want 2 table rows, let's create another tr and close the tr. Okay, make sure you have as many tr tags as the rows you want. So I want 3 rows. Let me just type here again tr, close tr. Now inside the tr tags, let's type, let me push this, td tag and close td tag, which stands for table data, which basically will create a new cell, okay, or new space or square. Let me close this. So we will have 3 table rows, and each row will have 2 table data or cells. Okay. Let me go down here and create table data and close table data and table data and close table data. Now in here, let us type cell 1, okay, and also row 1, okay, and make sure you have border equals and you type 1 pixel here, okay, and save this. Before we open this in Chrome, let me just take the H2 and H1 out of here, clean the body section so we can only have the table, run now this in Chrome. Now here you can find the table, okay, with 1 pixel border, as you can see, but the cells don't have many information on it. So let's complete the table with content, and here we can type row 1, cell 2, and here row 2, cell 1, and row 2, cell 2, row 3, cell 1, and row 3, cell 2. Save this. Let me reopen this and refresh, and there it is. Okay, so now we have our table complete with every single cell with content and text. Okay, let me show you how you can put, let's say, a more presentable table. Let's go back to Notepad++ and type, for example, here top, we're going to type cars, and here we're going to type fruits, and save this. Here let me just type for example Ferrari, and here I have to type some fruit, banana, and here I can type, for example, Mercedes, and here let me type oranges. Let me open this now in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so this is how we create a table. We have 2 columns and 3 rows. The first row we have cars and fruits, and we can still put this, let me put a B here for bold. You guys remember this tag. And here, let's close this, bold. And if we open this and refresh it, there it is. Okay, nice and very clean table that we can create. You can still add more columns or more rows if you want to, and try yourself how to include more information on this table. Okay, guys? There's also a way to create now another row that will cover all the columns. Okay, to do that, we typed here the call span 2. Okay, we can also span a whole column. So I just show you how to span 2 columns, and now I'm going to show you how you can span 2 cells. Just delete the banana and oranges. Okay, just leave Ferrari and Mercedes, and after Ferrari you're gonna type this td row span 2, and here let's type it works. Okay, so this will span 2 cells. Okay, as you will see. Let me just run this in Chrome, and this is the result. Okay, so this is how you can have a column with 2 cells and the other column with only 1. So now I'm going to show you a very, very useful property that we will see a lot during the construction or the creation of tables, which is the cell padding. And let's give it a value of 15 pixels and save this. And now let's run this in Chrome. So as you can see, we have a padding between the content or the text inside a cell and the outer border of the cell. Okay, so we have a pattern of 15 pixels all around the border between the text or the content and the border of the cell itself. Okay, let's try and put it a little bit more, like 25 pixels, and see the difference. Refresh it, and there it is. Okay, now there's also another one which is called the cell spacing. So let's turn back. Cell spacing equals, let's give it a 10 pixel. Now let's run this in Chrome. Now cell spacing, as you can see, is the space that you want to give between each cell. Okay, so we gave 10 pixel of space between each cell, and as you can see, if we try to give it a little bit more, like for example 20 pixels, each cell we will have 20 pixel space between each other, and there it is. Okay, so these are very common in tables, these properties of cell spacing and cell padding. And this is it for now, and see you in the next video. Bye. Hi guys, welcome to another lecture on HTML and CSS. Finally, in this lecture we'll start introducing CSS, or cascading style sheets. Now, why do we use CSS on our website? The goal of a CSS is to separate a web page style from its structure. So the structure would be created with XHTML, and CSS will create the page style, such as colors, font size, effects, type of font, background colors, images, margin, borders, etc. So there's a lot of things you can do with CSS and style with CSS on your web page. And it's way better to organize everything with CSS. It will be very, very simple and easy to control. Okay, so let's start and open our Notepad++, and let's go to index.html, and let's create down here, let's delete the pictures, and also let's delete this one here, and this one here as well. As a matter of fact, let's delete everything we have in the body section. So index.html, now it's clean, and we don't have any content at all on our homepage, index.html. Let's create an h1 homepage title and save this. Okay. And if you run this in Chrome, this is what you'll get. Okay, homepage with black color, and the size is defined by the h1 tag. Now we can always change this with simple CSS, and there are 3 ways you can use CSS. Let's start with the first one. Okay, so I'm going to show you the same example in 3 different types of CSS you can use. The first one is called internal CSS. So to do that, we need to come down here after the meta tags. Let's type a tag called style, and let's create type attribute equals, and here you have to type text.css. So this is the opening tag for CSS, and the closing tag is only style. Okay, now between these tags we're going to create CSS, is where we can basically style anything on the body section or the web page. Make sure the style tags or the CSS tags are always between the head tags. Okay, now the first thing we need to create is the selector, and in this case we will use the selector as the h1 selector. So let's type h1, and now we type curly braces. The curly braces is where I'm going to define and create attributes and values to style an element. Okay, so let's create an attribute color, and now we type colon, and now let's type green, and you have to end it always with semicolon. Okay, so this is the selector, and the selector has to be something related to a tag on the body section. Okay, h1, and then inside the curly braces you need to type an attribute, which is in this case color, and we'll learn more attributes later on. Okay, don't worry. And then after the colon you type a value. The value is green, so the color green will be applied to this selector, okay, on the web page. So hopefully now we will get everything that is inside the tags h1 will be in green. So homepage will be presented in green in our website. Let me just check that. Let's open it, and there it is. Okay, so this is how we can apply to every single tag or every single element of our website any attribute that we want. Let me just give you another attribute here, which is the type font or the font family. Font family. This symbol here. After the colon, we just type Arial and semicolon. Okay. In order to better organize CSS code, we usually put one property below another. Okay, like this. You just open the curly brace and put here color green, and down here let's put the font family. Let's put the closing curly brace down here, and here you can put also, let's say, font size, which is another attribute or CSS attribute that you can use to style anything on your web page. So font size, let's give it a, by default H1 already gives a font size, but let's give a 30 pixel font size. Okay, usually we use pixels to give values of widths, heights, margins. Okay, so you'll get used to pixels, but I will talk more in depth about pixels and other measurements you can use on web pages later on. Okay, let's just run this now in our Chrome, and there it is. We have Arial font family type of font, and let's change this to 50 pixels. Let's see, let's open this, refresh, and as you can see, now we have 50 pixel large size fonts. Okay, let me just give another example here. Let's say we have more H1s. New title, and see what happens. Let's run this, launch it in Chrome, and there it is. Everything that is inside an H1 tag will have these properties that we defined in here. Okay, so what about if I type here H2 and run this? Let me refresh. Okay, it doesn't apply. Why? Well, because it is inside now an H2 tag, and H2 does not have, or it is not mentioned here. If we want to include H2 as a selector to include all these properties and style H2 as well, we just type comma and then H2. So now every single element inside H1s and H2 tags will have these properties. Let me just check that if it works. Okay, and there it is. Perfect. Let's change this to, for example, instead of green, let's type red. There are several colors you can use. The most simple ones are red, yellow, so the basic ones. Okay, we'll learn how to implement colors, and we'll talk more about colors later on as well. Red, let's run this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so this is how we use internal CSS. Okay, so we create the CSS code in the same page or in the same code where we have the body section and the XHTML code. Okay, what about if I want to apply the code or style CSS code and properties to every single H1 tags that we have on the other pages? Well, to do that, we need to create an external style sheet or an external CSS file. Now let's create an external CSS file. Let's just copy this code here. Let's copy this, create a new file, paste it here. Okay, and let's save this as style.css. Okay, let's take this out. We will not need this internal CSS code now. In order to apply every single attribute that we create on the style.css file to the elements on a page, we need to link the file style.css to the page itself. So here we must type, after the meta tags, inside the head tags, we type link rel equals, and here you have type style sheet, and then type equals double quotes and type text CSS slash CSS space, and now we type href equals to the name of the file. Okay, so the name of the file to load and apply all the properties of CSS to this page. And there it is. Perfect. Let's save this. Let's run it in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, everything is applied with an external style.css. And let me save this and or copy this and put this in the contact page or in the about page. Okay. So how can I apply now to the about page the same attributes of CSS and style the h1 and h2 tags? It's very easy. If you run this in Chrome, the about page will not have any styling, okay? But to style it, we link the about page to the style.css file. So what we can do is copy this, go to the about.html, and after title, paste it here. Okay, let's save this, and let's run the about.html, and there it is. Okay, so everything is applied now. So every time we have an h1 or h2 tag in about.html or index.html, the style.css will apply them to both of the pages. We can still link also here, or make the link here, contact HTML and admin. So we just need this line here and all pages, and then we can apply and control all the styling through this only file.css. Okay, everything will be styled and applied to every single element that we want. Okay, so let's say we have a paragraph, and we do have paragraphs here. Okay, we have a paragraph here and here, and that's it. And also we have h1s here and here. So if we open this now, this is what you'll get. Okay, so it's applying the code that it's inside style.css to the h1 tags here. And let's change the paragraphs styling. To change it, let's go to CSS, let's type P, which is the selector, and then curly braces, and let's type here, let's type font family Arial, and font size, let's give it 14 pixel. Okay, so every single paragraph now and every single page, or the pages that have the link to the style.css, will have font size 14 pixels and font family Arial. And let's see these paragraphs now. Let's launch this in Chrome. And okay, you don't see it very well, but it has changed. It has changed the paragraphs. Let's just change this a little bit more in style and put here 18 pixel size. Let's go back and refresh, and there it is, a lot bigger. Okay, so this is how you can control and style everything you have on your website. Okay, there's also another way you can create properties or CSS properties, which is called Inline CSS, and you can do it by simply going here. Let's say we have here the paragraph style equals and double quotes. Now inside style is where you're going to put every single property you want of CSS that you wish to apply to this paragraph here. Okay, so let's give it a color, let's say blue. And remember, you have to type semicolon at the end and colon between the attribute and the value. Save this. Okay, so everything is in blue. Okay, so the priority between external or inline, it's the inline. Okay, the inline will always apply first. This is the priority. Okay, so whatever you type in line as a CSS attribute is the one that will be applied first. So if you take it out, it will return to the style.css. Let's check here. Okay, let's also give it a font size. Let's give it a 40 or no 20 pixel and semicolon. Save this. Let's run it and see the difference. Okay, there it is. Much bigger. We can still do it bigger. Let's type here 30. Save it. Let's return and refresh, and there it is. Okay, so this is all for this lecture, and see you guys in the next lecture where we will learn a lot more stuff on CSS. Okay, bye. Hi, and welcome to another lecture of XHTML and CSS. In this lecture, we will learn how to use classes and IDs. We use classes whenever we want to style a specific element of a web page. Okay, let's open Notepad++. Let's create two paragraphs. Hi, my name is Victor. Close paragraph. And this second paragraph, let's say, my name is Alex. Okay, so now we have two paragraphs, and as I showed you before, we can apply properties of CSS to every single paragraph of a web page, okay, or a website. What about if I only want to give or apply CSS properties to this second paragraph? To do it, we use class or classes, and to do that, we just type class equals, and make sure you use something that you will remember later, so you can use it as a selector in CSS. Let's type Alex here. Okay, and now you can go to style.css, and here you can type P for paragraph, dot for class, and now the name of the class that you want to select, which is Alex. Okay, as you remembered, you typed Alex and it's the name of the class. And now we can type whatever attributes and style whatever we want. Let's give it a blue color here, and font size 30 pixels. Save this. Let's go back to index.html and run this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, this is how you can apply to a specific element on your web page using a class. Let's say I want to give now a class to Victor's paragraph as well. So I can type here class equals, and here I type another name, Victor. Now I want to give different properties or attributes to a class Victor and some other properties to class Alex. So I want to style them differently. So what I do is go to style.css and now create P Victor, and let's give it a color orange, semicolon, and font size 30 pixels. As you'll see, if I go back and save this and launch this in Chrome, here it is. Perfect. has applied perfectly all the properties that I gave them. So this is how you can give and define properties or attributes and style specific elements with classes in your XHTML code. You can also use, let's say, different tags like h1. Let's say I want to give a class as well Victor to this h1 and hi world. Save this, and here instead of paragraph Victor we just take the P out and use the dot. Dot means every single class that is named Victor. Apply this. So if we save this and go back, this one, the first paragraph, and this h1 element will have the color orange and 30 pixels. And there it is, working perfectly, orange, orange, and yellow. Okay, so you can have the same class for different elements on your web page. Okay. Now, what about IDs? IDs are basically very similar to classes and work very similar. The only difference is that when you use an ID, you have to change, instead of dot, let's give it an ID to all of these. Instead of a dot in style.css, we use the pound symbol. Okay? So IDs use pound symbols and classes use dot symbols. Now, the difference between IDs and classes is that classes can be used several times, or the same class can be used several times in different elements on your web page. But IDs are unique. So in this case, we shouldn't use the ID Victor here. Okay? Victor can only be used one time. So in this element, we should use some other name. World. Okay? Make sure you use IDs for only unique elements. Okay? And you only use the name ID or this name ID once on your web page. Another tag I should talk to you about is the span tag. And the span tag is used when you have to change or apply styling to an inline element or word inside, let's say, a paragraph. So let's say I want to change this HTML here and style it. So I use the span tag here. Okay, so span and close span here. Now I can style however I want the HTML word, and I'm going to use a class. I'm going to name this class span tag and save it. Let's style it and go to CSS file, and let's type dot for class and then the name of the class, which is span tag, curly braces, and now I'm going to give it a, let's say, a font size 40 pixels and maybe some color. Let's save this. Let's return to the contact.html, launch in Chrome, and go down here, and here it is. Okay, so it has applied to an inline element, and this is the recommended way whenever you want to style something that it's an inline content. Okay, guys, so this is all for now, and hope you guys continue to practice, and we see you on the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to a new lecture on XHTML and CSS. In this lecture, we'll learn how to create divs and what are the divs and positioning. So Divs are basically elements that will create sections on your website to put some content. So let's create our first div. In contact.html, we have 3 paragraphs. The XHTML intro paragraph, the XHTML overview paragraph, and then we have the XHTML motivation. Let me just delete this style here. Let's leave only the p tag, and in the 3rd paragraph let's also take this out and put a p tag here. This, we can take this span tag out. And at the end here, let's type p. Save this. So now we have 3 different paragraphs. Now let me just check this and run this in Chrome right now. Okay, this is what we get. Everything is in red. So let's go to style.css and let's take the red out. Save this. As a matter of fact, let's take all this CSS properties out and save it. And this one as well. Let's return back and let's run it now. Okay, so this is what we have, and I'm gonna teach you how to create for each different paragraph a div. So we will create 3 divs, and inside each div we will put the paragraph. Let's create a div for the first paragraph. So to do that, we must wrap everything that is in the paragraph, including this h1, inside a div. So we type div tag here, and we can close it here. Okay? Okay, so this is all the content of this unique div, and to give it unique properties of CSS and style this paragraph, we must give a class or an ID to this div. So let's give it a class and call this, for example, or better, let's give it an ID, a unique ID, and call this intro. Now let's do the same for the second paragraph and open a div tag here, ID. Let's call this overview, and close the div down here, and here open new div, ID equals, and motivation. Okay, and let's close div here. Okay, perfect. So now we have 3 different divs, each div with his own paragraph inside. Now let's save this and let's go to style.css and let's try styling the IDs. So the first ID was, let us check here, intro. So I'm going to type intro. So we just type the pound symbol and intro, and let me just put a border. And a border, it's something that it's going to be very, very useful when you are creating web pages. You'll see just in a second why. Let's give it a colon and then 1 pixel. This is the thickness of the border, space. Now you type solid and then space again, and the color that you want for the border. Let's give it black and semicolon. Okay, save it. If you want to know more about properties that you can put here in the border, you can go to W3 Schools, as always, and type W3 schools, for example, here in Google, and type borders. And if you click here, you'll find everything you need to know about borders and what properties you can use with borders. Okay, let's go here and now type a color blue, and then let's type a width and 300 pixels, or instead of 300 pixels, let's type a percentage. Okay, and if we give it 100%, it will stretch along the whole width of the browser. Okay, so let's do that, and let's give it a height, and the height, I'm going to give it a fixed height, so I'm going to type maybe 80 pixels. Now let's save this, and let's do the same for the others. So copy, and the others were called ID overview and ID motivation. So here I'm going to type overview, and here I'm going to type motivation. Before we open this in the browser, make sure you have the I of the intro ID in capital I, as it is in the XHTML code. The height, let's give it a auto height. Okay, so it will fit or stretch as the content size is. So let's go to contact.html and now run this in Chrome, and now it's perfect. So now it's everything cleaned up and very, very presentable. And as I told you, the border is very, very useful for you to control where the div width and height is. Okay, the limit of each division or div, and this is where it is, so you can control it. Okay, so everything looks very good now, and we have the different 3 paragraphs inside the 3 divs. And basically this is how we define sections on a web page. So now I'm going to teach you how to position in different places of your web page each div or whatever div you want. So first, let's go to the code, and there are 3 types of positioning, which is the absolute positioning, the relative, and the fixed. So let's start with the absolute positioning. And to do that, and in order for you to see better how it works, let's give it a background color to the intro div. Let's call this, let's give it a blue. Okay, and here you should type color. So in here in the overview, let's give it as well a background color yellow, and in the motivation, let's give it a background color red. Okay, let's go back to contact.html and run it. So there it is, and this should, we have to change the first one because everything is in blue. So let's go back to style.css, and instead of blue, let's give, for example, orange. Okay, let's go back here and run this. Okay, there it is. So we have the first paragraph, the background color all are orange, the second one is yellow, and the third one is red. So now I'm going to style the positioning and position different places of the web page, so you can check out how this positioning thing works. Let's go back to style.css and give it an absolute position to the intro div. So to do that, we type position colon absolute and semicolon and save this. So let's see the difference now. If we go to content.html and run it, we have a little difference from the first or the absolute positioning div to the other two divs, which is it stretches to the end and throughout all the website, or all the width of the website. You see that the second paragraph, it's basically being overlapped as well with the height. Let me show you another example of absolute positioning. Let's go back to the code. If you change the width to 200 pixels, you will also see that it overlaps the second and the third paragraph. Okay, so it's an absolute position. This div doesn't care if there's any other divs, it's going to overlap them. Okay, so we have to be very careful when we give absolute position to divs. Now, you also can see that there is a little margin between the limit of the web browser and the start of the div here at the left. So to avoid this and keep the div as close as possible to the limit of the browser, we go to the CSS code and type left 0 pixels. Okay, so 0 pixels is going to be the space that is going to be between the absolute positioning div and the limit of the browser. So if you go back and refresh it, you see that now it's as close as possible to the limit of the browser. Okay, I'm going to show you now how to solve all this overlapping problem. The first thing we should do is to put all the 3 divs inside a container, which is another div or the parent div. So let me go here and type div ID equals container, and down here after the 3 paragraphs I'm going to close the div. Okay, so now we wrapped all the 3 paragraphs or the 3 divs inside another div, which is a container. Now let's give some attributes or properties in CSS to this div container. Let's go to style.css. First, let's save the file contact.html, and you can type here container, which I think it's not in capital C. Let me just check that. Yes, small c, container, and curly braces. And let's type border 1 pixel solid black. The height is going to be auto height. The width, let's give it a width of 700 pixels and save this. Now the position of the container, we're going to type relative and semicolon. Now this position relative is not going to affect the container itself, but the elements or the divs inside the container. Sorry, I have a little error here. It's not a concatenator, it's container. And now it's ready. Let's go and run this in Chrome. And perfect. So now we have a box or a div, a main div called container, and the 3 divs of the paragraphs inside it. And let's put the container now in the middle of the page. To do that, we use the margin property of CSS, and now we give it 2 values. 0 pixels, which is the value for the margins of the top and bottom of the web page. And the next value is from left and right of the page. And I'm going to type auto. So automatically this will auto position your divs in the middle of the web page, or in this case the container div. There's also more values you can give to the margin. So you can go to W3 Schools as always and see for yourself how you can apply more properties. This is the one we're going to use right now, and it's very, very useful to center a full div in your web page. So let's go to contact.html now and run this in Chrome, and this is what you get. Perfect. We now have centered the full container div with all the other divs inside it. Now we still have a little problem, which is the overlapping situation, but you can see now that this first div, which is absolute, it absolute fits and absolute positions inside the parent div, which is the container, and is relative. Okay, so now if we give 10 pixels from the left, it will be 10 pixels from the left of the parent div, okay, and not 10 pixels from the full web browser. Let's run this in Chrome again. Okay, and there it is. Okay, it's still, as you can see, inside the parent div, and it has 10 pixels of space between the left of the parent div. Okay, if we take the position relative from the parent div and go back to contact.html and run this, you'll see that it comes back to the left of the full web page. Okay, it's not inside the parent div container anymore. Okay, so this is why we use relative positioning, so we can keep and use margins or other attributes for divs that are inside a relative div. So let's go back and give it a position relative here, and now we can go here and take this out, left 0, save this, let's put here 100%, save this, and run this now in Chrome, and perfect. Okay, so this is what we get. We have the 3 different divs now perfectly readable. The only problem is we still overlap the second div because we have here the position absolute. Let's take that out, save this, and refresh, and now perfect. Okay, so now you know that absolute positioning will absolute position the div whenever you want, wherever you want on your web page, unless we use the parent div with relative position. Now there's also another position you can use, which is the fixed position. To do that, let's go down here and create, let's type here position fixed, save this, and if we refresh it, you'll see that it basically stays still on the web page. Okay, so I can push the web page down and it stays still, it doesn't move. Okay, this is very, very useful and common whenever you have at the top of the page some kind of ad or something that you're going to put fixed on your top of your web page, or on the left side, or wherever you want on your web page. Okay, so this is all for now, and hope you guys understood everything, and see you. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture on XHTML and CSS. In this lecture I'm going to teach you how to use fonts and different font families. So first of all, let's open Notepad++, And let's open the contact.html where we have several paragraphs. And I'm going to show you with CSS how we can give different font families to these 3 paragraphs, or whatever paragraph you want. So let's open the CSS file, which is in here, style.css. Here it is. And let's say I want to give a font family of Arial to the first paragraph, which is inside the div ID intro. So we just have to go to style.css, and in here, let's give it a font family, and let's give it Arial. Now, sorry, semicolon. Let's save this. Let's run this in Chrome, which is the contact.html. Let's run it. And there it is. So we have the XHTML intro in Arial, and you can see a little bit the difference between this font family and this one here. I'm going to show you a little bit clearer how this works. Let's change also the font family of the paragraph, the second paragraph, which is with the background in yellow. So let's give it, it's called Overview. So let's go to Overview. Let's give it a font family. Let's give it, let's say, Helvetica. All these font families are very, very common and supported by basically all the browsers and all the operating systems. So these are very common font families and should work for all of you basically. So let's go here, refresh it, and there it is. It has changed. And it is very similar, the Helvetica to the Arial. So let's try change it again, and Times New Roman. Refresh, and there it is. Okay, so this is how you can give specific font families to each div or each section of your web page or website. You may also see sometimes that, for example, you have a font family Arial and then comma, and then you have Helvetica, comma, and then Times New Roman. Basically what this means is that the CSS will search for Arial font, or it will give an Arial font, but in case that Arial it's not supported by the browser, or Arial is not supported by the operating system, it will change to Helvetica. Okay, and if this happens as well to Helvetica, it will change to New Roman. Okay, so these are different alternatives in which the first one at the left, it's the priority. Okay, guys? There's also the option of downloading specific fonts from the web, because those fonts are very, very special and unique and are not supported by your browser or by your operating system, which means that in order for you to see the font displayed in the browser, you need to download the font. I'm going to show you how to do that. There's a very cool website which is called The Font, and if you click there, you'll have amazing fonts to download and style every single text you want with these fonts in your website. Okay, as you can see, we have several here, and let's go to Comic, for example, and you have all these kinds of fonts that you can download. So I'm going to try one of these. Let me try this one here. So I'm going to click download, and all of these are free. So you can download these Here it is, the zip file, and it has to be a .ttf file. So let me just grab this and put it here. Okay. Now what you have to do is right click with the mouse and install. Okay. Now it will install the font in your font family list in Windows. Okay. Now you are able to see this font in action in your website or in whatever browser. Now remember that for other users to see this font, let's say we create a website with this font, but the other users will not see the font because they don't have this installed on their computers. So you must alert them to install this font in order for them to see the font on the website. So let's try this, and we must use the name Kid from Hell, which is the name of the font family. So let's go to Notepad++, and in here let's put Kid from Hell. Save this, and now let's try and run it. Okay, there it is. It works perfectly. We don't see it very well because it's very tiny. So I'm gonna give it a little bit more size to the font. So let's type here font size. Let's say 25 pixel. Save it. Let's go here, refresh it, and there it is. Okay, so this is how you can use whatever font family you want and download a specific font family from the font and style your web page as you wish. Now I'm going to talk to you about something else that you can use. Let's change this Kid from Hell to Arial. So line height, let's give it a line height here to the first paragraph. Line height is spaces between the lines of your paragraph. So if I type here 5 pixels of line height, let's check out the result. Here, refresh, and you see that it's all very confusing and not very, very presentable. So this is a very short line height. Let's give it a 15. Refresh. Okay, a lot better, but we still want more line height. So let's give it a 25. Refresh, and there it is. Okay, so basically we can control the space between each line of your paragraph or your text. Okay, and this is how we do it with the line height property in CSS. Now, I also wanted to talk to you about different kind of units to express length or space. And until now, we just used the px for pixel, but there's also, for example, the em or the pt. Now, usually I use pixels because I'm used to it, but you might see a lot of websites and code where you see ems or PTs. Okay, now if you want to know a little bit more the difference between them or when to use each one of them, you can go to www.w3.org and style examples 007. Okay, you go to this URL, and here you have the official detailed manual of all the units you can use. Okay, here they are: EM, PX, PT, CM, and IN. So all of these, you can use all of these, and you can read this to better comprehend when to use them in each case. Okay, so for this lecture we are done, and I also hope that you guys practice a lot, and see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to a new lecture on XHTML CSS. In this lecture we will talk about several things you can do to format your text or the content of the text. So we're going to talk about text align, margins, and padding. So the first thing I want you guys to do is open your Notepad++, and let's go to contact.html. We have the 3 different paragraphs. Now let's go and run this in Chrome. Okay, so this is what we have. We have a fixed paragraph, which is the first one, XHTML intro, and let's go to the CSS file and let's take the position fixed out of here, and let's go back, refresh it, and there it is. Okay, so now we have XHTML intro, XHTML overview, and XHTML motivation, the 3 different paragraphs. Now what I'm going to show you now is how you can give margins and paddings to the content of each paragraph, okay, or each section. Now let's start with the first one, or let's use the examples here in the first one, XHTML intro paragraph. Let's go here to the CSS file. Let's take the line height out of here as well. And the first property of CSS that I want to show you to format text is text align. And let's type center. So if you run or go back to the browser and refresh, you'll see that everything inside this section or this div is centered. Okay, all the text is centered. Now we can also do is type text align left, and if we run this in Chrome, this is what we'll get. Everything is on the left. Okay, now we can also type, for example, right, save this, let's go back, refresh it, and everything is to the right. Okay, now for now let's leave this, let's take this out, and let me show you another property which is called the margin. Now I'm going to give you a little example for using margins. So let's type margin, and let's type 20 pixels. Save this, and let's run, just take this out, let's run contact.html, launch it, and there it is. What happens is that I gave 20 pixel margin around the whole div. So what it means is that the div has now 20 pixels around. The problem is that we have a fixed section here, okay? The width is in here, is 100%, but it's inside the container with the width 700 pixels. Okay, so it cannot change. Okay, it stays fixed, 700 pixels. So now what happens, it seems that it's out of the way or out of the content or the container itself, but it has a margin of 20 pixels. Okay, up, the left, and down here. So let's say I want to give a margin only from the top. So what we do here is margin top, save this, and let's run this now, launch it, and there it is. Okay, only 20 pixels from the top. Let's say I want only from the bottom. So I go back here and type bottom, 20 pixels. Let's refresh, and there it is. Okay, so this is how you can give margins, either bottom, top, or to the left or to the right. Okay, so this is how we use margins and how you can control margins for each section or content. And now I'm going to show you how to use padding. So let's type padding 20 pixels. And let's run this in Chrome. So the padding, the difference between padding and margin is that the margin will give you a space between the div itself and his related parent element. Okay? And the padding will give a space, as you can see here, between the content inside that section or that div and the outer border. Okay? So this is, as you can see, we have now a margin. It's almost like a margin, but inside the div, from the text itself to the outer border of the div. So this is what the padding does. And as long as you put more padding into it, let's type 30 for example, refresh it, and there it is. It will grow the box because you are giving all around the text a margin, okay, or a padding. Now what about if we want only the padding from top? So to do that, you just have to do as we did with the margin. So we type padding top or bottom or left or right, okay? And there's also another way you can use padding, which is give 1, 2, 3, or 4 different values. So each value will be the padding or the value for the padding of the top, the bottom, the left, and the right. So the first one, if we only give one, it will be the padding for all, the same padding for all around the section. If we give 2, so let's give the second value 20 pixels. So this would be for the top, and this will be for the right. If we give 3 values, it will be for the first one for the top, the second one for the right, and the third one for the bottom. And finally, if we give one more, so we have 4 values in total, the first one will be for the top, the second would be for the right, the third one for the bottom, and the fourth one would be for the left. Okay, so let's try this, see if it works. Let's run this in Chrome. And there it is, okay? So you can play a little bit more with this and try for yourself. And don't forget to practice, and see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture on XHTML and CSS. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to use colors on your website. Now, let's try to give a new color to the background of the div intro. So instead of orange, which is really ugly, let's take this out. And we already know several colors: green, we know orange, the most simple ones, like for example red, yellow. Okay, so you can type the name of the color, or if you want a color a little bit more complex, you have an hexadecimal code that you can use for those type of colors. And there is a list that you can check out on W3 Schools in this URL here, okay? And you can find the simple colors here, and as you can see, you have here the color hex, and then you have all this code, and these codes are the ones that you can use in here as well. So let me just go down here. You have several different colors, more complex colors, with different gradient. Let's choose here this one here. So it's a light green 33FF99. So if I go here and save this, just remember to use in every single code the pound symbol here. Okay, so save this, and now let's check out the background color for the intro div, which is in the contact.html. Let's run this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, now let's change also the font color. To do that, you just have to type color. So everything that is inside the intro div will have the color that I'm going to put here. Let's choose another one. Let's say I want this dark blue here, 003366, and here, and the pound symbol here, and semicolon. Save it. Let's go back and run this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, perfect. So this is how you can control and give every single color that you want for every single part of your web page, or content or section of your web page. You can also use the colors for, let's say, borders. If you want to give a color to border, let's check out here, border 1 pixel. Let's, instead of 1 pixel, which is the width of the border, let's give it 5 pixels so we can see it pretty clear. And here, let's type a new color, which is going to be this one here, this purple 990066. Okay, save this. Let's run this in Chrome, and there it is. You can see the border now is the color that 990066 represents. Okay, I have also at the end of the chapter a list that you can use to check out the colors and their hexadecimal codes. Okay, so you can even give a background color to your body. So let's type here body, and let's type, for example, background color, and let's type, for example, let's use a new color. So let's say yellow here, copy, and save this, semicolon. Don't forget the pound symbol, and save this. Now let's run the page in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so this is it, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture. In this lecture we will learn how to use the different link states. So the first thing I want you guys to do is to go to Notepad++. Let's go to contact.html, and you'll see that we have 3 different links. One to the home page, one to the about page, and another to the contact page. So if we run this in Chrome, we'll see that we have these 3 links here, but they are positioned in vertical. And this is what we see usually in other websites on the web. We see the links on horizontal. So let's try to do that, and let's go to CSS. So the first thing you should do is let's create a div here, div ID, and let's call this nav, which basically stands for navigational bar with links. And let's close the div here. Okay. Let's indent this 1, 1, and 1, and save this. Now let's give some properties to the ID nav or the div nav. So let's type ID nav, and here let's type, for example, border 1 pixel solid black semicolon, and let's give it a height of 50 pixels and width, let's type auto, background, let's type green, background color. Okay, so save this. Let's go to contact.html, run this in Chrome. Okay, so this is what we have for now, and we have also the homepage, about, contact, but they're still in vertical mode, not in horizontal. So let's go back here. Inside the nav, let's create an unordered list. Here we close the UL. And here we type LI, LI here, LI, and here instead of the BR or the line break, we close LI. Okay, so we have an ordered list with 3 different listed items which are links. Okay, and this is the best way to create a navigational bar with links that we see usually in other websites. Let's check out this in Chrome now. Okay, so this is what we see. So let's take these dots out, and to do that, or those bullets out, to do that, type nav space UL. Okay, so what this means is that we want to give properties to the unordered list inside the nav ID. Okay, so let's type, for example, in order to take out the bullets, we type list style type, and here we type none. Okay, and if we check and go back and run this in Chrome, you'll see that we don't have the bullets anymore. Okay, this is how we do it with the property list style type none. Now I want to give more properties, but not to the unordered list in general, but to each LI. So what we do is nav UL LI, okay, the full path until we reach the list. And here, let me type border 1 pixel solid black. Okay, let's just check this out and run this in Chrome. Okay, so we have the 3 borders around each link or each LI. Let's give here a width as well. Let's give it a width of, let's say 40 pixels. I think that's enough for each one. Let's refresh. No, a little bit more. Let's give it a 670 pixel. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's go back here and let's type finally display inline. What this will do is it will put all the LI elements in horizontal. Okay, so let's save this. Let's go to contact.html and run this and see what happens. And there it is. Okay, perfect. So now we have a more presentable navigational bar with the 3 links to the homepage, about and contact page. Now let's change a little bit more the colors of this, and also let's give it a fixed width to each one of them. So let's go to style.css, and let's go to first here to, let's go to width auto. Let's give it a 300 pixel. Save it. Let's check this out now. Okay, a little bit more presentable. Let's give here a padding of 3 pixel. And here, instead of green, let's give this a white, for example. Let's go back, refresh. Okay, so now we can see a little bit more clearer. And let me center all this. So what I'm going to do is in here, let me type margin 0 auto. Save this, and there it is. Okay, so now we have everything well centered, and let me give a little bit more padding to this. (10 pixels padding). Let's go back, refresh. Okay, there it is. We're gonna start now customizing the links and using the different link states. I'm gonna show you the different link states that you can give to links. There are 4 different link states that you should know, which is the link, the visited, the hover, and the active. So let's start with the link. And to do that, let's go to style.css. And here we're gonna type nav, ul, li, and then a. Now after the a, we type colon, and then we type link. Okay, now this will give the properties to the normal state of the link. For example, as soon as we open a web page, what properties do you want the user to see on a link? The first thing we should do is to take out the underline. So we type text decoration and type none. Now let's save this, and let's copy this and copy here and type it here, 1, 2, and 3. Now here, instead of link, the second state is visited. Here is hover, and here is active. So these are the 4 different states of a link, and each one will have his own properties, whatever properties you wish to give them. Okay, now the second one, let's leave text decoration none in all of them, because I don't like underline decoration for the links in any case or any state. So link would be the normal state. Visited would be the properties that you want to give for the links that were already visited by the user. The hover would be the properties that you want to give to the links when the user hovers over the link. And the active is when the user presses the link. Okay, so let's try the different states with a different property of CSS. Let's say the visited will have a color of blue. So if we go here and run these, all are in blue because already been visited. But let's go, for example, to hover, what we're going to do here is use the font weight that we didn't use yet, and this will give bold property to the link or the text. So in here we type bold. Okay, now you're gonna see that whenever I hover over any of the links, it will turn bold. Okay guys, awesome. So let's try now for the last one, which is the active, which is when I press it. Let's give it a color, let's say color red, for example. Okay, and if we go here and run it, you'll see that when I press it and leave the button press of the mouse, it will turn red. Okay, as you can see, as soon as I release the button, it will come back to the original state. Okay guys, so this is how you can give different properties or any CSS properties to different states of a link. Okay, so make sure you practice and use as many CSS properties as you can remember and test the different states with different properties of CSS and check out what will be the most cool that you wish for your website or your navigational bar. Okay, see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of XHTML and CSS. We're gonna organize a little bit the website that we created along the last chapters. So the first thing you should do is go to Notepad++ and open, and let's check out the contact.html on Chrome. Let's run this. Okay, so this is the contact page. But if we click on the home page or the about page, everything is broken. It's not really organized, or the links don't take you to where they should. So let's make all the pages fully functional and presentable to the user. So let's start with index.html, which is the home page. So let's open index.html. Okay, here it is. Now, if you have a website, make sure your homepage has everything that your user wants to see when he gets to the page or to your website. Okay, so the main information should be on the homepage and also the main links. So let's delete the table, save this. I'm gonna grab the contact.html code, but before that, let me just delete all the paragraphs here. Let's just leave the container and take all the paragraphs inside the container or the divs inside the container. Now let's save this. Okay, now let's go to index.html and grab all the meta tags and copy them and go to contact.html. Let's put all these tags here just below the title. Okay, and save it. So let's go to the index.html and let's type a title here. Let's type h1 home page and h1 here. Just save this. Let's go to contact and let's grab the everything that it's inside the body. So let's grab this, copy. Let's go to index, and after homepage, let's paste it here, which is the div nav where the links are, and then we have the container. Now the container, for now we can leave it there. Let's save this. Let's type something inside a container. This is the welcome page. Save this. Now let me just run this in Chrome. Okay, so this is what we have right now. So what I'm going to do here is, let's go to style.css. Okay, so the intro, which is for the paragraphs, the overview motivation, we don't need those, so delete them. Save this. The body, let's take this out as well. We don't need a background color for the body. This is the nav. Okay. Okay, let's give a height here, a fixed height to the container of, let's say, 600 pixels. Let's save this. Let's create a footer as well here. So let's type div ID equals a footer and close div. And here you can type, this is the footer section. Save it. Okay, so this is what we have right now, and let me just check this and run it. Okay, perfect. So you see that we have the line, this is the welcome page as a link. This is because here we are missing a closing anchor tag after contact. Okay, now let me just check this back and refresh it. Okay, there it is. Now let's put this a little bit down. Let me just type here this inside a paragraph. Closing paragraph. Okay, let's open this, run in Chrome. Okay, so this is the welcome page. We have here home page, and then we have the links here, so we can travel around a page or another. The first section needs here a little bit more CSS. So let's go to style.css and create footer properties here and here. The ID is footer. So let's create a border, 1 pixel solid black. As I told you before, when you are creating a website from scratch, it is very useful to use borders for all the sections that you are creating or all the divs, so you can control where the width or the height of each div goes. Okay, so let's type height of, let's say, 40 pixels, and the width, let's type 700 pixel, which is the same as the container, okay, which is the main section where you're gonna type something in the page. Now down here, let's center it, so we can type margin 0 pixel outer. Okay, let's save this and let's run index.html, and now there it is. Okay, perfect. This is the footer section, and this is the welcome page, the main page. Okay, now these are the links. I can even take these borders out, which are these here, and let's refresh. Okay, there it is. So here are the links. This is pretty simple and a little bit crappy, but I promise you guys that I will show you how to create a very cool website, including the links and the navigational bar and everything that you need on a website or a simple website, so you can present it to your friends and show to your family, so they can see that you are progressing as a skilled web developer. Okay guys, I promise you. at the end of this chapter or course, you will have a final project where I'm going to show you all that. Okay? So let's proceed and go back to Notepad++. Let's grab everything that is inside the index.html, copy, and put everything inside, or paste everything inside the contact.html. Okay, don't mind if the code that is there it's deleted. Okay, just paste the new one here, and here it is. So we now have the exactly same code in the contact.html that we have in the index.html. It is exactly the same code, but we're going to make some changes on the contact.html. So here in the title, gonna type contact, because we are in the contact.html, and down here let's type contact. Okay, and here let's change this, and let's say this is the contact page, and save this. Now I still miss a file or a page, which is the about page. Now we're going to do exactly the same thing that we did with the contact page code. Copy this, go to the about, and paste everything here. Okay, and now we can change this as well. Instead of contact, just type about here, and about here, and here we can type, this is the about page. Now if we go to index.html and open this and run it in Chrome, let's check if everything is working now. If we click about, we'll go to the about page. As you can see, it changes here. We are now on the about page. This is how you can create or type whatever you want here as the about page. If we go to contact, we are now on the contact page. Okay, so all the links are working perfectly, and we can travel through the 3 different pages that we have. Now this is how we can create simple static websites. And as I said before, you can check out later on the final project where we're going to create a simple static website, but much better looking than this one. Okay, I promise you that. So see you guys later. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture on XHTML and CSS. Let's proceed with some more cool features that we have on XHTML, and one of those features is a drop-down list to select different elements or different options. Now I'm going to show you how to do this. It's very simple, and we're going to use a new tag called the select tag for this. So let's go to index.html, and let's go inside a container, and after the paragraph, this is the welcome page. Let's type the select tag, and let's close it down here. Now between the select tags, we have to type an option tag, space, and now we type value equals, and let's say red. And now we close option tag, and inside or between the option tags, we're going to type whatever you want to appear as an option of the list. So let's type red. Make sure the value, name, and the element name are the same. So what we can do now is copy this and paste it down here. Let's do another one and another one. So in here, let's change this to blue. And here we type blue. In here, let's type yellow. Yellow. And here we can type black. and here we can type black. So let's save this, and this is basically what you need to do as in the code to create a selection or a drop-down selection list. So let's go to Chrome. Let's run this in Chrome. Okay, as you can see here, this is the drop-down list, and this is where you can choose any element you want. Okay, so you can play a little bit more with this and add some more elements to this as much as you want. Okay, this is how we create it. Now, another thing I'm going to show you how to do is a text area. It is also very, very simple to create. Let's delete the selection or the select tags, and let's create a text area. So to do that, just type text area tag, and let's give it a name property here of, let's say, comments. And here we're gonna close text area. Okay. Now, this is basically what you need to create a very basic text area. And let me run this in Chrome and see if it's working. There it is. Okay. And in Chrome, in the Chrome browser, you can even stretch the text area as you wish, okay, to the size that you want. Very, very cool. Now let's go back and give a default size to the text area. To do that, instead of height and width, for the text area we use rows and columns. Okay, so rows would be the height and columns would be the width of the text area. Okay, so let's give rows, let's give it a 5, and cols, you type COLS equals, let's give it a 10. Let's save this. Let's see this in Chrome right now. Okay, this is what we get. Let's give more columns here, like 20, for example. Let's go back to Chrome, refresh. Okay, there it is. Okay, so we can even give a little bit more of this. Let's give it a 50. Awesome. Okay, and you can still stretch or increase the size of the box, but not decrease it. Okay, so this is basically what you need to create full functional text area. Inside here you would type anything, and probably in JavaScript I'm going to show you very cool features and tricks how to manage the content that you type inside the text area or inside any other element on your web page. Okay, I'm going to leave that to JavaScript because we need JavaScript to do it. So that's it. You are now able to create these two features, a drop-down list selection and also the text area. Okay, see you guys in the next slide. Hello guys, in this video I want to show you how to use radio buttons and checkboxes. So the first thing I want you guys to do is create a simple web page with all the tags needed, and I'm gonna save this in my desktop as radio check.html, and we can start creating our first radio buttons. Now I want to talk about the value property before we jump into radio buttons and checkboxes. So I'm going to show you pretty much how you can use it in two different ways. So let's just type a username and create an input type equals text. Now let's give it a name, property name. Let's call it username, and a value. So this is a simple input that I've created we could use it in a form for a username or login form. And in the input, at the end of the input, I've created a new property called value. Now value, it's a pretty cool property that you can use in your inputs or in your buttons. Let's say you have a button here. Let's do it first with the text. So we have an input text to put some text in it, call username, and the value, for now let's just leave the value with nothing, and let's run this in Chrome. Okay, this is a little bit too big. Okay, so here it is. This is the output, username, and an input that you can type whatever you want. Now if I type in the value, let's say put your name here and save it, you'll see that when I refresh, it's a good way to place some words so the user know where he needs to put the name or what he needs to put in the input box that you are referring to with the value. You can also use this with a button. If you type, let's say I'm going to create a button, input button, we don't need the username here, input type button username, and let me just open this, refresh. Okay, we have a button but nothing inside a button that says click it or submit. So let's type click here, and you'll see right away the result. Okay, click here, you can type something like submit. Okay, so form is a way you value is a property that you can use to type something in it. Now let's jump straight away to radio buttons. Now radio buttons are used usually in forms for choices. So I'm going to show you right away how to do one. So we have to create a form first. Close form. And now let's create an input type. And here we type radio. Okay, so the form knows it's a radio button, and here sex, and here we type, for example, value equals male, and let's close it, and here we type male. So let's say this is a register form and we are making the two different choices for the user to check if it's a male or a female. Now we can type line break here. Oops, sorry. Here, and now another input. Pretty similar to the first one. Radio. Name equals sex and value equals female. And here we type female. Okay, now let me save this and run this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so you can either choose male or female. Okay, and you can obviously you can use these for a bunch of different choices on a form, as I said, in a login form or in a register form, and you can place more choices if you want to. Okay, oops, I forgot to close here the form. Obviously this will have more logic when you use PHP to send the form to a server and process all the form for a registered user with the database, but don't worry, you will learn all that in the PHP chapter. Okay, for now let's just learn how to use the radio buttons and the checkboxes in a form. Now, these are radio buttons, and a checkbox. You have to also use it in a form, and it's also an input type, and pretty similar. But instead of radio, you type checkbox. Name equals, and let's type here car, and here let's type the value equals to BMW, and let's close it. And here we can type BMW and BR. Now let's type pretty much the same thing. Checkbox name equals car, value equals, and here we can type Ferrari, and Ferrari, and that's pretty much it. Well, I'm going to put just one more. You can copy this and put it here. Instead of Ferrari, let's type Mercedes. Mercedes. Okay, so let's pretend I'm a buyer and this is a form to buy whatever car I want. And let me run this right away in Chrome. Here it is. Okay, so I have these three different choices: BMW, a Ferrari, and a Mercedes. So the difference between checkboxes and radio buttons is that you can choose the checkboxes, you can choose as many as you want, and radio buttons you can only choose one of the choices. Okay, so as you can see, I can have all three, or the two of these, or just one, or none. Okay, I can check and uncheck. So that's it for this video. See you guys in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture on HTML CSS. In this lecture I'm going to talk to you about forms and how to create a simple form either for a login or for registration. So as you know, when you come to a website or a platform, you might have to log in or you might have to register, just as you do in Facebook, for example, or Twitter, or any of those famous websites. So here is a simple form that you have. This would be for a sign up or registration, where you have first name and then you have an input. Then you have last name, your email, re-enter email, and your password, and then you have several options that you can choose, the birthday, all this. So I'm going to show you how to create a very simple rudimentary form that you can use for your platform or for your website to register users. Now, forms works by getting the data that you type on the form, and then it's sent to the server, and then it will be processed and analyzed by the server, and it'll return either errors or okay, you can go in, your password is correct, so everything's okay. But to do all that, we need to learn PHP, which is a programming language. We will learn later on in this course how to create all those functionalities with PHP. Okay, but for now we will focus on creating just the form on the page. Okay, you will not send any data from the user that he types on the form to a server and then analyze. We will not be able to do that without PHP. So let's just focus on creating the form itself. So let's go to Notepad++, and inside the container let's type a new div with the class equals, let's type here field container. Let's close it, and then we're going to type label, close this. Let's type first name colon and close the tag label. Now the label tag, we didn't see it yet. The label tag is often used to identify elements inside a form. Okay, so we are identifying the text first name with label, and now we're going to type the input for first name. So let's type input type equals, let's type text, and now we can type div, the closing div. Okay, now let me just grab all this, save this, copy, let's paste here, but instead of first name, let's change this to last name. And now down here we can do the same, and let's say address, and down here we can type, for example, password, and save this. Okay, obviously we are still missing one thing, which is the form tag. Okay, and here we type form. Now let me save this, and let's go to style.css, and now let's style this with container, and then let's grab the label. Let's give some properties to the label. The first property would be a width, and let's give a width of 150 pixels. And then we're going to float, which means grab all the elements and put it to the left. And you'll see how this will affect all the label elements on the form. So the form can be very, very presentable. But you can play with these values and change these values if you want, with more width or less width, so you can see the effect that will have on the style of the form. Okay, this would be just right for what we want right now. So here we have the form ready, and now we are still missing something. We are still missing here a button, so we can submit the information that we type on the form. So to create a button on a form, it's very, very simple. We can type again div class field container, and here we will not need this here, and here instead of text we type submit. We can also type a value and type submit. Okay, let us run this, and there it is. Okay, we have a button saying submit. Let's put this button a little bit more centralized. So let's give a class here of button. Let's go to style.css. Let's type container and then button, which is the class. So we have to put a dot, and here we can type margin left. Let's type here 80 pixels. Okay, if you go back here and refresh, there it is, a little bit more center. Let's center a little bit more, 120 pixels maybe. Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's give it a little bit space here as well. Can type here BR. Save this. Let's go back, refresh. Okay, there it is. Okay, we have our form ready to submit with the button. Here we can type Victor, last name Bastos, okay, address, whatever, and then password. Now, as you can see, the password, usually we have dots and not able to type with letters or characters. We see dots like this. To do it, let's go back to the code, and in here where you see password, let's type, instead of text, we type password. Okay? Now, if you go back and try to refresh and try to type something in the password, you'll see that we have the dots. Okay, this is how we do it. There's also a limit you can put to the characters you can type in each input. And to do that, we use the max length property. Max length equal to the number of characters you want to be the limit. So let's type here, for example, 15. Let's save this. Let's go back here, refresh, and let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And we cannot, if you try to type anything else, you will be stuck on the number 15. Okay, we'll not be able to type any more than this. Okay, so this is how you can put a size limit to each input of characters, and that's basically it. I'm sorry I've missed here a D on the address, so let me just put here D, save this, perfect, and everything is okay now. So refresh, and there it is. Okay. If you want to check out more advanced styling templates with CSS, you can check out several cool websites where you have templates for forms. Just type here templates for forms, and it's up to you to start searching for that. Okay, have a lot of websites that will provide you with templates with all the XHTML and the CSS code, and you just grab it and implement it on your website. Okay, one of my favorite websites is JotForm here, where you have all type of templates that you can use for several different forms. Okay, so that's it. On the PHP chapter, you will learn how to grab all the information that a user types on the inputs and sends to a server, so it can be analyzed and return errors or OKs. So that's all for now, and see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture on XHTML and CSS. In this amazing lecture, I'm going to show you one of the most exciting features that you can apply to your website when you know XHTML and CSS code, which is embedding already existing code that you find out there on other websites that provide you with that code, such as Facebook, Twitter. They will provide you with widgets. YouTube will provide you a chunk of code that you can embed on your website so you can present to your users whatever video you want from YouTube. You can also embed code from Google Maps so you can show a map, whatever map you want, in your website. I'm going to show you how to do all that, and this is why web development is so cool and amazing. You can basically grab anything already created and existing on the web and put it on your website just by grabbing the code that other website provides to you. Okay, so usually these websites are the popular websites. They have things like widgets that you can grab and embed on your website. They provide you with videos, maps, they provide you with photos, they provide you with feedbacks, they provide you with newsfeed. Even Facebook provides you with a lot of features you can include on your website directly from Facebook, okay? So I'm gonna go through some of these features and show you how to do it and how to implement and embed it in your website or in our website that we created. So let's go to our website and open it. And let's open index.html and let's take out let's delete the form. So inside the container, let's say I want to embed here a video from YouTube. So let's search for a cool video so we can embed it and put it on our website inside the container. So here I am in YouTube, and here's a cool video from Salman Khan from Khan Academy, and let me just save down here the code that is provided for you to grab and copy paste it in your website. So if you go down here and click share, you'll have here a link set that says embed. So please click there and it will provide you with a code that you can copy and paste it on your website code. So let's paste it here, okay? And as you can see, this is an iframe, which is basically a section with a width and height. And then the source goes to the URL of YouTube, embed, and then a code which tells us the ID of the video, the unique ID of the video on YouTube. And with this line of code, you will be able to see the video in your own website. So let's check this out and see if it works. Let's run this in Chrome. Okay, here it is. And as you see, we have the video in our website right now. Okay, how amazing is that? And this is how we can embed a video, whatever video you want from YouTube, on our website, okay? Or in whatever page of our website you want. So this is our main page and we have the video. What we can do is center the video a little bit more. So let's go back here. Let's go to style.css and in container, let's go down here. We can type here text align center, and what this will do is align all the elements inside the container and center them, okay? So we have the video here ready to see. Let's play the video and see if it works. Okay, awesome. Everything is working perfectly, and now you can put any video on your website. Now you know how to embed a video from YouTube on your website, okay? Simple as that. Just copy paste the code that YouTube provides. You can even change the width and height, as you can see here, for the video that you have on your web page, okay? Now I'm going to show you how to implement, instead of a YouTube video, how to implement a Google map. It is very, very similar, the technique. So we just have to grab code that Google provides and copy paste it here inside the container. So let's take this video out from YouTube. Let's go to Google, and here I'm going to search for Google Maps. Here I have Google Maps, and let's type, for example, California. Okay, so let's grab this map and put it on our website. So if you go here and click this button here which says link, click it, and then you have a short URL, and then you have an iframe, just as YouTube videos, that you can copy all this. It's very extensive. And copy this. And let's go back to our container and paste it here. Awesome. Okay. Save it. And let's run this in Chrome. And there it is. Okay. Now you can see how easy it is to implement any type of video, map. And now I'm going to show you how to implement widgets. Let's say from Twitter. Now let's go to Twitter. And get in. If you go to this URL, which says dev.twitter.com/docs embedded tweets, this will show you how to embed any tweets you want, and even the timeline, I think, of all the tweets in your own website. Okay, so you can read this, and this will teach you how to do that. I think it's very, very simple and very similar to the technique we used for putting YouTube videos and Google Maps on our website. Okay, so there are a lot of popular websites that provide you with all the manual you need to embed anything you want into your website. Okay, so this is all, and see you guys in the next chapter. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture of HTML and CSS. I'm going to talk in this lecture about bugs, errors, and debugging. In the world of web development, you may hear a lot of bugs. Bugs means errors in your code. So if you create something or you create a website and it doesn't work, it's because it has a bug and you have to find it. So somewhere in your code, something is written wrong. So you have to search for all those bugs or all those errors. Now, we call that action debugging. Debugging means every time you have to search for all the errors in your code. Okay, so pretty simple. Bugs and errors are basically the same, and debugging means search for all those errors in your code. There's a lot of tools that will help you out to search all those bugs. Some of them included in Notepad++ or other editors or in Dreamweaver. And some of them are just extras or plugins that you can apply and download for free on the web. But I will let you know about all those features or plugins for debugging later on this course when we get to JavaScript and PHP, which are basically advanced programming languages, and where you have a lot of code and it's going to be very hard to search for errors or bugs if you don't have a really good tool to debugging. Okay, so this is all for now, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome to another lecture on HTML and CSS. In this lecture I'm going to talk about IDEs, editors, and frameworks. So we already know what editors are, and we've been working for the past lectures with an editor which is called Notepad++, which is really a good editor, and it's very popular right now. But for larger projects and more advanced projects, like creating a social network like Facebook or something like eBay, you need an IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment. Now, professional developers use this because it's a lot easier to search for errors, and it brings a lot of functionalities that Notepad or other simple editors don't have. So you also have great debugging tools, so you can search for errors in your code, and you also have awesome features integrated in this editor to work with a team of developers. Okay, so the IDEs are very good for teams of developers create a complex project. Now, we are still in the beginning of our career, so you still have a lot to learn before you start using an IDE, okay? But don't worry, we'll get to IDEs later on the course. We also have, or you might also heard about frameworks. Now, frameworks are also something that you will use when you know how to create advanced projects and how to use PHP, jQuery, all those advanced programming languages that we're going to learn later on the course that will help you create a complex project. Framework is basically a group of files that have code in it, and it can be reusable, so they are already configured to work on a specific project or for a specific project. What this means is that there are frameworks that give you the opportunity to start your project without having to do everything from scratch. Okay, you already have a lot of libraries and files and code that you can use on your project, so you can save some time on the project. Okay, all of this is for advanced projects with a lot of developers working together. So don't worry about this right now. I just wanted to give you an introduction to this because you might hear a lot of these words, IDEs, frameworks, so you now know what they mean, okay? I'll get back to these later on the course and get more in depth on these subjects. Okay, guys? So this is everything for now, and see you guys on the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture of XHTML and CSS. This lecture I'm going to talk to you about CMSs and WYSIWYGs. So what is a CMS? A CMS is a content management system, and basically is a web application designed for non-technical users or beginners in coding to control or create a website. With a content management system, you'll be able to create a website in very, very short amount of time. You just grab a template, often provided by the CMS itself, and then you just put content on your website, and basically you can control everything with this program or this CMS. It makes your life easier when you want to create a website in a very short amount of time. However, CMSs have their side effects when it comes to speed and managing a lot of traffic. That's why Facebook or Twitter are not created with CMSs. You have to start knowing when you are on a website as an application, or you are on a website as a blog, or a static website, or portfolio website. Those are different things, okay? So Facebook, for example, is an application because it runs a lot of functionalities such as interactions between users, among other things. But for example, if you go to CNN.com, that's a basic, simple website. And also there are blogs with articles, which are very, very easily nowadays to create with CMSs. One of the most popular CMSs right now is WordPress, and I'm pretty sure you already heard about it. There's also Drupal and Joomla and a lot of other CMSs out there that you can use. But for now, I think the three most popular you can say are WordPress, Drupal, and Joomla. Anyways, you can go to Google and type top CMS, and you can click any link here, and these are articles where you can search for what a CMS does and basically a list of the CMSs or the top CMSs nowadays on the web that you can use. All of them are for free and are PHP based, which means they were created with PHP, and you will learn PHP later on this course, so you will be able to create your own CMS like WordPress. Okay, as you can see here, each one of the CMSs have their own strengths and weaknesses. It's up to you to choose whatever CMS you want to choose. Now, you can create your own website without using any CMS at all. Okay, there's a huge debate nowadays of using CMSs or not, but that's up to you. Okay, I would recommend to learn the programming languages that you need to create your project or your application, and then you will decide if you need a CMS or which CMS would you prefer to use for your specific project. Okay? Obviously, everyone can use and create a website nowadays using WordPress or another CMS without knowing any XHTML or CSS code. But they will reach a point where they will not be able to expand or improve their website anymore. Okay, so for you guys that already know XHTML and CSS and probably know JavaScript and PHP and jQuery, you guys will basically have the ability not only to create whatever website you want without a CMS, but you can even create your own CMS. Just imagine the possibilities when you finish this course and you know everything about web development. There's also another applications you can use to help you create websites, which are called WYSIWYGs. Okay, WYSIWYG is basically an editor just like Notepad++, but a little bit more complex and with a lot more features to help beginners to create websites. And one of the most popular WYSIWYGs out there is Dreamweaver, and I'm pretty sure you also already heard about it. So Dreamweaver is very, very good for people who are beginning with XHTML and CSS and want to create a simple website. Anyways, you can always use Notepad++ or other type of editor. That's also up to you to decide. Just don't forget that Dreamweaver is not for free. You have to pay for it. So if you have any more questions, you can send me a message and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. Okay, see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture of XHTML and CSS. And in this lecture, we will download a free template from the web. And I'll show you how to install that template or use that template as your personal website. So there are many, as I told you before, there are many websites out there which provide you with free templates that you can use. And instead of creating them from scratch and create all the code, you already have a lot of cool templates you can use already built. Okay, so let's try to type on Google free templates. So you have a lot of websites, Dream Template. All of these websites maybe have a subscription which you'll have to sign up, and then you'll have maybe free access to some of the templates on the website, but the most cool ones are only available through payment. So watch out for that. And I'm going to click here one of my favorite template websites, which is called, let me just change this to free template, and it's called freecsstemplates.org. Okay, so all of these are available for free. So I'm going to download this one here. You can preview all the templates to see which one you like most. Now let's try and download this template here. Download it. It's downloading. Okay. Already here. It's called well-formed zip. Now let's create a new file called well-formed. Let's open the zip file, and you'll see that you have several files and directories inside it. You have font, which probably have all sorts of fonts that it's using on the website or the template. Images. Now you have default.css and fonts.css. Now default.css is where you can manipulate all the CSS of the content. You have an index.html and a license. License is basically who created the template and which license he gives to users. Now let's grab all of this and put this on well-formed. Okay, now you can delete the zip and let's open well-formed. Okay, now the main files that we're going to manipulate is default.css and index.html. Now if you open index.html, you have all the main code of the page or the template here. Okay, as you can see, you have comments here where it says, where does this template come from? freecsstemplates.org, the name of the template, the release, the version. Okay, all this is very important to see where does this template come from. Let's run this template or open this template with Chrome. And here it is. Okay, great. Okay, so this is the template, little logo, several links, and this would be a very simple website as well. Okay, now all these images can be changed by you, and all, as you can see here, all this content can be changed by something about your company or your application or whatever you want to put in there. Okay, so pretty cool. And basically this is how we can use already built templates without creating templates from scratch. Okay, all the code from scratch. Now in some cases, some of the templates you need to put the links here. Okay, complete the links, because you can see here in the navigational bar, if you go here and click, nothing happens. Okay, it doesn't take me to another page. That's because, as you can see here, this is not complete. We have to link this to another page and create another page of the website. But you already know how to do that, so it's up to you to do that and create your website with an already built template. Okay, guys. Now, there's also another thing I want to mention. For several different types of browsers, or let's say you have Internet Explorer version 6 or an old version of Internet Explorer. For different versions and types of browsers, the display of the content or the display of a template, it's really, it might be different. Okay, so in some cases you might have errors, or the website would be perfectly displayed on Chrome, but maybe it has some problems displaying in an old version of Internet Explorer. So in order to have a website that is compatible in all versions and all browsers, I recommend you guys to read a very, very good article in W3C, which is this article here. Okay, optimizing content for different browsers the right way. Now, to find this page, you just type optimizing content for different browsers the right way, search it, and there it is. The first one, click it, and I really recommend you guys to read all this, okay? Because it teaches you how you can display every single template or every single website correctly for all browsers, okay? Or all different versions of the browsers. Okay, guys? So this is a very important recommendation, and that's basically it. Okay, see you guys on the next lecture. Bye. Hello guys, welcome to another lecture of HTML and CSS. In this little lecture, I'm going to talk really fast about web design, Photoshop, and fireworks. So web design is the ability to create awesome templates. So you already know what templates are. And web design, basically what it does, or a web designer, is create nice, clean, and very, very cool templates for your website. Now, a web developer tends to take care of all the backend. We call the backend all the things and functionality that works behind the template, okay? As the database and all the functionalities with PHP or JavaScript. So all that is created or controlled by the web developer. And the front end, which is basically what the user sees at first glance on a website, it's the template, and it's created and controlled by the web designer. Okay, now this course is more focused on web development, so we're going to learn everything that works behind the template, and I'm not going to get into the web design because that's a whole new other thing and concept. So if you want to learn web design or create awesome templates and awesome user interface for your website, you may want to grab Photoshop or Fireworks. These two tools are awesome and are the most popular ones for web designers to create great templates for websites. Okay? Now, if you feel that you want to learn more about web design, or you want to be more focused on creating templates than creating platforms and databases and everything that works behind the template, this is not the course for you. Okay? You have to search for another course, such as web design from scratch or web design for beginners or something like that. Okay? This will not be the course that will teach you how to use Photoshop or Fireworks. Okay? So this is all, and see you guys in. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of XHTML and CSS. This lecture I will talk about the different types of websites that are available on the web and that you will probably be able to create after you completed this course. Okay, so let's start for the most simple one, which is basically a personal website. We call it personal website because it's a website about a person or an author of a book or a writer. So these are the most simple websites that you can create, and you only need to know XHTML, CSS, and a little bit of JavaScript to create these websites. Anyways, you always have WordPress, which is a CMS that will help you out to create a website like this in no time. Now, I'm gonna open a typical personal website so you can see. This would be a personal website, simple static website with XHTML and CSS and a few pictures there, images. Okay, so this would be a very, very common personal website. Okay, we also have other type of websites, like for example blogging websites. This would be another typical personal website. Okay, with several topics here or links at the top. This would be the navigational bar with these links, and this has articles ordered by date. And let's check out now a typical blogging website. So one popular blogging website would be, for example, tmz.com, where you have all these stories about popular people and famous people, and you have all these ordered by date. Okay, all these articles. So this is a typical blogging website. These are the most common on the web right now. You have hundreds and hundreds of popular blogging websites right now. These are created typically with WordPress and Blogger from Google. Okay. Anyways, at the end of this chapter, you can find a very, very cool document where you have all the different type of websites and also the language requirements. So what programming language you need to know to create this kind of website, the best tools to create this kind of website, and the difficulty. So is it easy to do it? Do you need a certain expertise or experience to create these? Or what type of programming languages do you need to know before you can create a website like this? You can find all that in a file called different types of websites, and you have that available for download at the end of this chapter. Okay, guys? You also have news websites. So let's say CNN.com or TechCrunch.com, which is very popular. Okay. You can also use WordPress to create this one. Now, the most difficult websites or platforms, and we call platforms when you have subscription feature on the website and you're using a lot of databases, you're using a lot of features like a chat or an uploading of file system, like uploading pictures or uploading videos like in YouTube. Those are called platforms, which basically needs a lot of programming languages, a lot of experience of a web developer, and a lot of web developers. Okay, you basically need a team of web developers to create a platform like that. Obviously, a lot of you will say, well, Mark Zuckerberg created Facebook on his own. Well, that's not quite true. Actually, what happened was Mark created the first version of Facebook, which was very, very simple. Okay. Now, the Facebook that you know nowadays with sharing pictures and with the news feed and sharing videos with a chat room, all that was created later on when Mark was surrounded by a professional team of developers. Okay, so you have also photo sharing website, Flickr. This would be a typical photo sharing website. It's very, very popular right now, Flickr. You also have Picasa from Google. And a social network would be, the typical one would be Facebook or Google+. Okay, and then you have also websites for e-commerce like eBay or Amazon. eBay is very popular and Amazon is very popular as well. All these platforms or websites are very, very hard to create, and you need a lot of time and developers. Probably you'll need 1 or 2 years to develop this kind of website, and you need a lot of money to pay professional developers to work for you. You also have mobile device websites. And for those, you'll need a mobile device, of course, and check those websites on your own in your iPhone or iPad. Okay, so these are the different types of websites that you can create. And obviously, you'll need a lot of experience to create all these types of websites on your own. And if you are really, really interested and your goal is to create a really professional website like Amazon.com or a social network like Facebook, you'll need a lot of investment and a lot of money and a very good team of developers to work with you. Okay, so this is all for now, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the amazing chapter of JavaScript. So before we start this chapter or this course of JavaScript, you should know XHTML or HTML and CSS. So for you guys that don't know HTML and CSS, please go to the HTML and CSS course, and please take the course before you learn this JavaScript chapter. Okay, guys? Now, you also need a text editor and a web browser. So I'm using Notepad++, which is a very cool text editor you can use throughout the course. And I usually use as a web browser Google Chrome. Okay, but you can use either Internet Explorer or Firefox. I would recommend using Google Chrome, and I would also recommend for you to use Notepad++ because it's very, very simple, and for starters or beginners, it's very easy to understand and to use it. Okay. So now that we have a web browser open, Google Chrome, and also Notepad++, I'm starting to create my first JavaScript code. Anyways, before we start doing some code, what is JavaScript? So JavaScript is one of the most powerful programming languages right now on the web. Okay, so JavaScript is very, very useful for a lot of things, creation of websites or web apps. And basically, JavaScript will create a lot more interaction with a website and the user. Okay, so JavaScript will give you functionality to the website and interaction to the user. Now, as I told you before, is very, very powerful. You will see that after you learn JavaScript, you will be able to create a lot of cool stuff and a lot of interaction on your website. Okay, so let's start right away. So to code or to create our first JavaScript code, we need an XHTML page. So let's create HTML text, or let's create an HTML simple page. If you will remember from the first chapter,
we just create HTML tags and then the head, close head, and then we can type here title, close title, and the body section, close body. Okay. Now let's save this as, I'm gonna save this on my desktop and call it javascript.html. I forgot also to tell you that JavaScript is not Java. So some of you guys will probably heard about Java. Java is a programming language and JavaScript is another programming language. Okay, they don't have anything to do with each other. Now let's go to title and let's type hello world. And in Java, and inside the body section, inside the head section, after title, let's type script tag and close script tag. Okay, now script tags are for JavaScript code, or whenever you want to create JavaScript code, you need script tags. Now between the script tags, let's type our first JavaScript code to type something on the page. Okay, so the page is in the body section. So if I type here hello world will appear on the body section, but this is HTML. Now what I want is to create the same function or the same output to the page hello world with JavaScript code. To do that, between the script tags, in order to output something to a page with JavaScript code, we type document.write parenthesis and semicolon. Now between the parentheses you type double quotes and type hello world. Okay, now I know it's a little bit complicated and more complicated than put just hello world here, but don't worry, you'll get used to it. This is how we output something into an HTML page with JavaScript. Document.write, we call this a function, and then hello world is the output or the value that we want to put on the as a text on the HTML page. Now if we save this and run this in Chrome, there it is. Okay, it works perfectly. Now if you change it and put something hi mom, and let's go back and refresh, there it is. Okay, so this is how you can output anything you want to the web page. Okay, now let's go back to the body section and let's grab all the script and copy it and put it on the body section. Okay. Okay, so what's the difference here? To put the script tags and the JavaScript code inside the head, or when to put the same code or JavaScript code inside the body section. The difference is that as soon as the web page opens, it will trigger the JavaScript code and it will run whatever is here as JavaScript code. Okay. Now you'll learn later on that there's a lot of triggers with JavaScript. Automatically they will show you something, or buttons will trigger some function. So you'll understand later on why sometimes we put the script tags or the JavaScript code on the head to it triggers automatically as soon as the page opens, or only when it reaches to a certain part of the body section. Okay, but don't worry, you'll learn that later on in the course. I'm going to show you some examples. For now, you can put the script and the JavaScript code on the head section. So that's it for now. This is your first lesson of JavaScript, and now you know how to code or how to type something on an HTML page using JavaScript. Okay guys, see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to the second lecture of JavaScript. In this lesson we will learn the type or the property type for the script tag to identify JavaScript or other script programming language, and how to call external scripts. So the first thing you should do is to know that there is a property called type. And this property identifies JavaScript code, okay? There's also another script programming language very, very popular, which is VB script. VB script, okay? But the one that we are using and learning is the powerful and mighty JavaScript, okay? So let's type JavaScript between double quotes. Before JavaScript, you need to type text and a slash, okay? So this is how we identify JavaScript code as a property on the script tag, okay? There is no way that this will be misunderstood or misinterpreted by the web browser with other programming language, okay? Script tags nowadays, it's enough, but you'll probably see a lot of this situation, okay? Script type text JavaScript. Okay, so let's leave it that way. It's the most correct way. And if we run this, you already know what happens. Hello world, hi mom. Okay, as a text. Now, what about if I want, remember how we used to load CSS external files? So we would create CSS code in other file, external file, and then load it to the HTML file. So you can do the same thing with JavaScript. So let me copy this, create a new file here, and you can take out the script tags here. Just leave the JavaScript code, which is document write hello world hi mom. And let's save this as GS file, which is a JavaScript file, okay? It ends with .gs. So let's type script.gs, okay? And here, let's save this as second lecture. Let's call it type and external .html. Okay, so let me just show you now how we can load the script.js file, and you'll see that we will load the code and the code will run perfectly. To do it, let's type another property called source, okay? So it's src equals double quotes, and if the file's in the same folder as the HTML file, we just type the name of the file, which is script.gs. Okay? Now if we run this, you see that we don't have anything here as a JavaScript code or in the body. So if I run this, it will run the GS file that has the JavaScript code. Okay, so this is how we can load external scripts of JavaScript or JavaScript files to the HTML file. Okay guys, so this is it, and see you in the next lecture. Practice. Okay, bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture of the JavaScript chapter. In this lecture, we will learn how to create comments on JavaScript code. Okay, so if you want to create any comment on a line of code in JavaScript, you just need to do 2 forward slashes, okay, or a pair of slashes. So basically you type after the line or after the code line, you just type the slash and then type whatever you want. As you can see, it's in green. Everything you type is in green. So basically whatever you type will not run as a code. It will simply stay there as a comment or as a note for other coders or other developers to see. Okay, so let's say you have 1,000 lines of code and you need some notes or comments to see or to remember what each line of code does. So you just type here, it types hello world, hi mom, to the web page. Okay, and you can even put this between double quotes. That's basically it. Okay, so this is when you have to put one line of comment. Let's say you need to put a few lines of comment or a comment that takes more than one line. It's very easy. Just put slash and asterisk and you type as much lines as you wish here. Okay, and to close it, you type asterisk and slash again. Okay, so this is how you can do either one line of comment or a few lines of comment. Okay, so it's pretty simple. This is all for now. See you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi guys, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lecture, we will learn how to use variables. And variables are a very, very important subject on not only for JavaScript, but for all programming languages. So pay attention. This is going to be the base or one of the basic structures for you to learn web development or programming language and how to code. So variables, as in algebra, store values, and we use variables to store any values that you want, and later on you can use them in formulas, or you can use it to call those values that you stored on the variables by just typing the variable name. Okay, so I'm going to show you a very simple example and you'll understand right away. So let's create two variables. And to create a variable in JavaScript, you type var x. So x is going to be the name of the first variable. And to store something into the variable x, you type equal, and let's type the number 3 and semicolon. Remember to always close the line with semicolon. Now let's do another variable called y equals to 1 and semicolon. Okay, so let's save this as let's call this variables.html. And now what we can do with these variables is, for example, let's calculate variable x plus variable y and ask for the result. So to do it, we just type x plus y. And now to show the result of x plus y calculation, we need to type document.write. Okay, remember that document.write is to output something to the web page. Now parenthesis and semicolon. Now what we are saying is, let me show you on the web page the calculation x plus y, the variable x, which is 3, plus y, which is 1, and close semicolon. Okay, now let's see the result. And there it is, 4. Okay, so you can calculate and make calculations just by storing and using variables. Okay, let's use another example. Let's say that instead of variable x, let's say variable candy and variable shoe. Okay, and let's make prices for this. So this would be 3.21 cents, and this could be $15.21 or 22 cents. Okay, so decimal values here. This is what we have, and now we can call the candy here, the candy variable, plus shoe. And let's run this, and the result, there it is. Okay, so 18.43. Now we can use several different calculations here, like minus or divide or multiply. Okay, multiplication. Okay, guys. Now this is for storing numbers or decimal numbers. What about storing text? You can also store text in variables. Okay, so let's say you have a text on the header or as the title. Let's type here title, and here let's type description or desk, and here type news on Monday, and the description would be someone got robbed. Okay, or someone got killed. Now let's save this, and if you have to change the variables here, of course. If you type here the title and plus the description, let's see what happens. Okay, so we have news on Monday and then someone got killed. Okay, so if you still need for, let's say you want a space between those lines, because we don't have a space here, I'm just going to show you how to do it. It's very, very simple. You just type one more plus symbol and then a space between two double quotes. Okay, this is how we do it. And if you go back and refresh, there it is. There's the space you need. Okay, you can even put here HTML, as I will show you later on the course, but you can put here HTML tags like the P for paragraph or any HTML tag you want. So you can embed HTML tags just by putting double quotes. Now let's type a line break here so we can see the someone got killed under news on Monday. There it is. Okay, now let's do just a very quick demonstration on how you can put also an H1 tag between the title. Okay, H1 and then plus. Okay, perfect. You can even take this out. And yeah. Okay. Okay, save this. Let me run this, and there it is. Okay, so now you're starting to see how we can embed HTML, or how to mix HTML with JavaScript and create or control text on your web page. Okay. But don't worry, you will learn a lot more stuff and pretty cool things so you can work with your functionality interaction with your users on your web page. Okay, so this is it, and see you guys later. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. And in this lecture, I'm going to talk about data types. So there are different data types for variables and values in JavaScript. So you've learned some of them in the last video. But before that, I just want to remember you that whenever you type var title, we call this declaring a variable, when you give a name to a variable. Okay, so in this example, we've declared the variable with the name title. And when you type equal to something, you are giving it a value. So you are giving or storing a value in a variable. And we call that assigning values to a variable. Okay, so this is how we usually say it correctly. So this is declaring a variable, and this is assigning a value to a variable. Okay, now there are different types of values. This would be a string value. Okay, when you type letters or sentence between double quotes, but you can also type numbers, right? So we have 5 different types of values in JavaScript. We have numbers, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have strings, whatever you type as letters between double quotes, and we have Boolean, which is true or false, and you'll understand later on the course when do we use these Boolean's values to variables. And we have null. Okay, this means that the variable doesn't have any value at all. Okay, or it doesn't have anything stored on it. So we type null. It means the variable doesn't have any value. Or undefined. Undefined, it's pretty much the same. Undefined. Pretty much the same as null. Okay, doesn't have any value, so there's nothing stored in it. Okay, so you already know now the different data types that are available on JavaScript: number, string, Boolean, null, and undefined. Okay, the 5 different data types. This is it for now, and see you guys in the next lecture. Okay, don't forget to visit us on onclickacademy.com or like us on our Facebook page. Okay, see you. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to create alerts. Okay, so JavaScript is very known by creating pop-ups or alerts on a web page. So remember that probably a lot of you guys already saw a lot of pop-ups on a web page with ads. All of that is created and done by JavaScript code. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do a simple alert box on a web page. So I have here a simple web page, okay, and my script tags ready to create some JavaScript code. So the first thing you should do is type window.alert parenthesis and semicolon, and inside the parenthesis you're gonna type whatever you want to appear on the alert box. So let's say I want to add something, 50% discount in all of my courses, something like that. Okay, let's do this, and let's open this in Chrome. Okay, so there it is. Okay, working perfectly. JavaScript alert, 50% discount in all of my courses. We'll click OK. That's it. Now What about if we type, after the window alert, we type something like document write, let's type here H1. And let's type here the title. And here we have to close H1. Okay, so obviously we need to create a variable with a title name. And you can call this, I'm not calling a variable title because it has to. You can call it whatever you want. You can give this variable the name of car or main, whatever. Okay, so just calling it title so I can remember that it is a title for my web page. So double quotes and semicolon, and here I can type welcome to my web page. Save this. Now let's see what happens when I open the web page. So I see the alert box, and until I click OK, I will not see the inside of the web page. Okay, now I can see it. Okay, so until I open, the first thing that pops up is always an alert box if you have alert or window alert function here in the code. Okay, until you click OK, it will not show you the web page. So let me type here, click OK to enter my web page. Okay, click OK, and there it is. Okay, so this is a very simple example how to use alerts, but you'll learn later on how to use alerts with prompts and other functions. Okay, what about if I put 2 window alerts, or 3 or 4, like this, and instead of this, let's type alert 1. In here, alert 2. Let's say this. Let's see what happens. Okay, alert 1, click again, alert 2. Okay, so until you click OK in all alert boxes or pop-ups, you'll not see the inside of the web page. Okay, so it will continue to pop up until you click OK in all of the alerts. Okay, guys. So this is it for now. You'll learn later on how to use this in a more useful way. Okay, and that's it. See you guys later. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture in PHP and MySQL. In this lecture, we'll learn how to use functions. So functions in PHP are very useful to store bits of code so we can reuse them later. They work very similar to the functions in JavaScript. So let's start with some simple examples. So the first thing, let's create a PHP tag, and let's save this file as, let's save this file on your htdocs file. So XAMPP htdocs, let's save this as function.php or functions. Okay, so whenever you create a function, make sure the name you use is not something that could be related or misinterpreted by PHP with other built-in function. So you know that in PHP we have several built-in functions that already come with PHP and you can use them, but we can create our own functions. Okay, so make sure you use unique names for your functions, something like my car,
Okay, after the name of the function, you always type parentheses. Okay, and then curly brackets. Now between the curly brackets is where you're going to put the code you want to store inside this function. So let me just type echo. You can type any code you want. My car is really cool. Let's save this. Now let's try to run this and nothing happens, because in order to see something or run some code inside a function, you need to call that function. So how do we do that? Well, basically you just type the name of the function, which is my car and semicolon. And now if you refresh, there it is. Okay, so very, very simple and very easy to use and very handy to store a bunch of lines of code. This way you can store everything in one single name or a function name and call it whenever you want. Okay, now a function can also have arguments, just like in JavaScript. So in order to create arguments on a function, you just type, let's create, for example, 2 arguments on the function my car. So let's create 2 variables inside the parentheses. Argument 1 is going to be first, and let's create another argument called or stored in the variable second. Okay, and you can type as many arguments as you wish here. Let's create only 2 for now. They are called the variable first and variable second, or argument first and argument second. So now what we can do is basically use any of the parameters here inside the function. Let's use the first parameter here. My car is a Dodge, and let's say my first car was a Dodge and my second car was a Mercedes, something like that. Okay. So now, instead of the type of car, you just type here the variable. Okay. So we need to put this between, or concatenate this between dots here. Okay, and here let's create let's put the argument first. Okay, so my first car was a Dodge. We will use Dodge later, and here let's delete this. And here we're going to type second. Okay, so now you can basically give any value you want to these variables here, or arguments or parameters. Okay, just by typing, whenever you call the function, between the parentheses, you just type the value that you wish to give to those arguments. Okay, so I want to give the first argument. Remember, you always have to put this in order. Okay, so the first argument goes first, and then the second argument. So this will refer to this, and I'm going to call it here between double quotes the Dodge and then Mercedes. Okay, so if you run this, there it is. My first car was a Dodge and my second car was a Mercedes. Okay, so basically what you can do here is give parameters that you can later store between the and then you can give any value to those arguments or variables when you call the function, okay, between the parentheses. There's also a very important and very common thing that we use in functions, which is return values with the return statement. Okay, and basically you're going to see a lot of functions that have a bunch of code and then they have return and some variable that is defined inside the function. This is useful whenever you want to check if the function is working correctly and the script returns something, either a value, 1, 0, true or false. And you can even later on assign the function result to a variable. Okay, so this is very common to check if the function really returns you the value that you are expecting. This is also something that we will later on with a little bit more of code, more complex stuff. We'll check and it will make a little bit more sense to you, okay? So this is all for now and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone, let's continue with functions, and the first thing I want to show you is how you can call a function from another function. So the first example I can give you, and the most simple one, is by creating a simple function. And inside this function, let's type document write and here we can type Victor. Now let's create another function called main name. And now what this function will do is basically call another function. To do it, we just type first name, parenthesis and semicolon. Okay, so now you see that we are calling a function inside another function. So if we type main name, we probably will get Victor as the output. There it is. Okay. You can also create functions inside other functions as well. Okay, guys. Now I want to talk about global variables and local variables. Okay, so global variables are the variables that we have created until now using the var. So let's create one variable or one global variable age, and they are assigned always or created always outside a function. Okay, so variables outside functions are global variables, and let's type 33 and semicolon. So this would be a global variable and it can be used in any of the functions that we have here. So if we use the variable age here, for example, Victor is plus age plus years old, and save this, we would get Victor is 33 years old. Okay. We can use global variables inside functions. As long as they are defined or created outside the function, they are global variables and we can use them in all the functions, either here or inside this one here. Okay, so that's why they are called global. They can be used anywhere. Now, local variables are the variables that are created inside a function. So for example, if I now type var age and then 32 and semicolon, the output will not be the 33, but it will be 32.
okay? Because we are declaring a variable inside this function, and the variable that we use, the name of the variable that we use here, we'll call the local variable, okay? So if we run this, you can see Victor is 32 years old. Okay, so this is how we use global and local variables. Now I'm going to show you how to use the return statement. Now, to use the return statement, we need a function. Let me delete all this. Okay, and let's declare a variable first equals to, let's say, Victor semicolon and var second, it's Bastos semicolon, and bar, let's call this space, let's give it a space here, and semicolon. And let me save this. Var, let's create a new var results, and now let's type first plus the space plus and the second here variable semicolon. Okay, so probably you now see what I'm gonna do. Basically what I'm doing here is the name Victor, then the space, and then Bastos with variables. Now let's type return result and semicolon. So the function first name will return the variable result, which basically gives us the sum of the variable first, second, and space. And now in here, to call the function, we need to create a new variable. Let's call it text equals. And now let's type first name, which is the function name, okay? Which is the function name here. So first name and semicolon, and now we type document write, and inside the parenthesis, what we're gonna do is type text, okay? Which is the variable that holds the function name. Now, let's see the result of this. And there it is. Okay, perfect. So this is a little bit complicated, but you'll understand later on why are we creating functions, returns, and variables, globals or locals. You'll understand all this, and all this will make sense later on, okay? This is all for now, and see you guys in the next lecture. Don't forget to visit us on OnClick Academy, okay? Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about scopes and what a scope is, or what is global and local scope. So I think I already told you in the last video that you can create a variable as a global variable, and inside a function would be a local variable. So it would not be available to use it outside that function. I'm going to show you an example. So in JavaScript, you have different scopes. Scope means the context in which you create something, either a variable or function or some other element. So let's create a new variable, and let's call this first equals to let's type here John, for example. And now let's create a function.
let's call this function first name. Now inside a function, let's create a new variable. Let's call this second equals to Smith semicolon. And now let's type document.write. And inside the document write, let's type first, let's call the variable, the global variable, which holds John. Let's type here John plus a blank space between quotes and second. Okay. So this function will output the variable first, which is a global variable, so you can call it inside a function. And also you can call the second variable, or the variable named second, inside the same function. And let me just type here first name, or call the function first name, and see what happens. So the function outputs everything perfectly, John Smith, which is the variable first and the variable second. Okay. Now, if we type document.write, let's run this. It works. There it is. But what about if we call the second variable, which is declared in a local scope inside the function first name here? Okay. If we call this outside the function, there's nothing. Okay, so it will not work. And why is that? The variable second was created in a local scope, so inside a function. Okay, and whatever variable you assign inside a function as a local scope, it will not work, or you cannot call that variable or use it outside a function. Okay guys, so see you guys later. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lecture we'll learn how to use mathematical operators. So operators are basically symbols that you can use in JavaScript that performs a sort of calculation, comparison, or assignment of different values. So we're gonna start with the arithmetic mathematical operators, and these operators are very, very common to use. So they perform mathematical calculations, and you already used some of them, like the equal sign, or for example, the plus or addition sign. And you can also use the multiplication, the minus, and also the divide sign. So let's perform some examples with these different signs. So let's type window.alert semicolon, and if you use alert, it will also work, but usually we use window.alert. It's the correct way in JavaScript, so we can get an alert box. And between double quotes, we type, hi, I like the scores. Then we can put a space in here before the closing double quote, and then the plus sign. We already learned how to do this to an addition of something to this line or text. And then we can use, for example, other text. Okay, and here we can put hi, I like this course very much. Okay, and we can save this. And if we run this in Chrome, there it is. Hi, I like this course very much. Okay, so basically we have, this is how we put or add something to the previous value. Okay, we have this value as a text, and then we add this value as well. Obviously, you can do it with numbers, you can do it with strings or text. So this is how we use the addition sign. Now let's check other examples. We can do this with less code. So we can copy this and create a variable. Let's type first equals, which is another type of operator. It's not an arithmetic operator. The equal sign is an assignment operator because assigns a value to a variable. Okay, so let's assign here height. Sorry, we can paste this here and semicolon, and then let's assign another variable. Second, we use the assignment operator equal, and then let's type very much. Okay, and now instead of all the string or the whole text in here, we just type first the variable and second. You already learned how to use this and how to use variables like this in the past lectures. So let's see what happens now. And there it is. Okay, so basically this is how we use arithmetic values. We can also put here, let's say, value as a number 3. In here, let's type 2. And then instead of addition, we can use the minus. 3 minus 2. And this will give us 1. Okay? So let's also use the divide or division symbol. Let's save this. And let's run it. There it is, 1.5. Okay, would be the result, 3 divided by 2. Okay, so let's try some other calculation. I think I didn't show you this before, but what you can do as well, it's assign a variable. Let's type here var, and then let's type calc equals. Then you could type first plus 2. Okay, and this, what we'll do is the variable calc holds the calculation first plus 2, which would be 5. Okay, as you see, we have 3 here, so it will be 3 here, and then plus 2. So in here, the window alert will give us let's take the calc out. Sorry, the first out and put calc. And now we will have 5 plus 2, which will give us 7. And let's save this and see if this works. And there it is. Okay, so you can create calculations inside variables or assign calculations to variables. Okay, so make sure you play a little bit more with this so you can understand perfectly how this works, and that's it. We will continue with more operators in the next lecture. Okay, bye. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. We will continue to use operators, and this lesson I'm going to show you how to use the assignment operators. So we already learned how to use and how to assign a variable with the equal operator. So if we type variable, then let's type Victor equals, and let's say 33 years old, semicolon. This is the simple assignment or the simple assignment operator you can use or you have been using to assign a value to a variable. Okay, now I'm going to show you a new way to assign or add a value to an already existing variable. So let's say that
instead of 33, I want Victor, the variable Victor, to have 34. So to do that, we type the variable Victor, and we use the plus and equal, and then we type 1. Okay, now if we type alert or window alert semicolon, and here we type Victor, we're gonna get 34. There it is. Okay, so this is a very very simple way to add a value to a variable. Okay, now remember that when you see the numbers in red is because they are recognized as numbers. But what about if we type, instead of a number, we convert this to a string? Let's save this. Let's see what happens now. Okay, so we get 33 and then 1. And why is that? It's not a calculation. Basically what it does, it reads as a string 33 and adds the number 1 to it. Okay, so JavaScript doesn't read this as a number, so it doesn't perform the calculation. Numbers and strings are different, and the outcome or the result of calculations between strings and numbers are different as well, obviously. Now let's use a string here and type Vic. And here, let's type Tor. So I'm pretty sure you know what we're gonna get. And there it is, Victor. Okay. So this basically adds the value that you assign to the same variable that you created before. Okay. We call this the add and assign operator. There is the subtract and assign operator, and basically what this will do, let's create here, let's put number 5 here and then the 2 here. Let's save this and let's run it, and we get 3. So basically it assigns a 2 but subtracts at the same time to the value that we have in Victor before. You can also use the multiply. Let's see the result. It gives a 10. And you can also use the division or divide and assign operator. 2.5. Okay. So this is it. This is how we use assignment operators, and in the next lecture we'll learn how to use comparison operators. Okay, see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. Let's continue with operators, and in this lesson we'll learn what are the comparison operators and how to use them. So comparison operators, we normally use them with conditional statements and loops. We will learn how to use conditional statements and loops in a few videos from now, but comparison operators, what they do is basically compare two values and they return if the value is true or false. Now, depending on the result of the values or the result of the comparison, the script inside a conditional statement or loop will run or not, okay? But you'll understand this better when we learn how to use conditional statements and loops. Now, let me just show you a few examples of comparison operators. We have the most common one, which is equal to, and this has nothing to do with the assignment of a variable, okay? This is a comparison operator, and when we use them, we use twice the equal sign, okay? And this equal sign twice means is equal to. Okay, so let me just type here is equal to. Okay. Now we have another one which is the is not equal to, and this is how we type it. Okay, the exclamation point and the equal sign, and this means is not equal to. Then we have the strict equal, which is 3 times the equal sign, and this means strict is equal . And you can use this one as well. This means strict is not equal to. Strict is not equal to. Now you have one which is very common, which is the is greater than symbol. Is greater than, and the is less than symbol is less than symbol, and you also have the is greater than or equal and finally we have the is less than or equal to. Space here is less than or equal to. Okay, now comparisons that we can use are very simple. So let's say you want to return true to something, to condition. So you just type, for example, let's type 4 equals 4. Okay, this will return a value of true. If you type 4 equals 5, it will return a value of false. Okay, now another example should be 4 plus 1 equals 2 3 plus 2. Okay, and this will return a true condition. Okay, if we type 3 plus 1, obviously this will return a false condition because 4 plus 1 is 5 equals to 3 plus 1, which is 4. This will be false, and we can type here false. And here we can type 4 plus 1 is equal to 3 plus 2 is true. Now let's, for example, type a string. For example, let's type hello world, and this to return true, we have to type exactly the same. Okay, so hello world is equal to hello world. Okay, and this would give us true. And to have a false return, we just type, for example, hello world, and here let's type Victor. Okay, this will give us a false result, false. Okay, so for now, this is what I want you guys to know, that we have different comparison operators you can use to give us 2 results, either true or false. Okay, we can also type here before we end the video, for example, the 4 is not equal to 4, and this would give us a false result. And here let's type 4 is not equal to 5, and this would give us a true result or a true value. or return value. Okay. Also very common is 4 is greater than 3, and this obviously it's true. And for example, 4 is bigger than 5. This would be false. And you can do it also with the symbol less than. Okay, 4 is less than 5. This would be true. 4 would be less, or sorry, 4 will be less than 3. This would be false. Okay, there's also the is greater than or equal. So 4 is greater than or equal to 4. This would be true because we are saying bigger, sorry, it's less than or equal to. So true. 5 is bigger than or is greater than or equal to 6. This would be false, obviously. Okay, so depending on the comparisons, if it is true or false, we will run a script. Okay, and you'll learn this on the conditional statements. I also forgot the strict is equal to. So let's create an example and type 4 equals strictly to 4. This is true. But when you say strict, it means that either the first value or the second has to be the same type, okay? Either a number or string. So for example, if we type 4 is strictly equal to 4, which is a string, they are both 4, but one is a number and the other one is a string. So this would be false, okay? So remember that. And you can also use the 4 is not strictly equal to 4, and this will return obviously false. Okay, so if you have any questions or doubts, just post your questions in the Q&A section, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi guys, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lesson, we will learn how to use logical operators. So we've learned in the last lesson how to use the comparison, and logical operators are also very similar to use. There are only 3 logical operators you can use, and we usually use to compare 2 conditional statements. So let's give you just a very quick example of the first logical operator, which is the AND operator. And a quick example of that would be 2 equals 2, and then the AND operator is 2 ampersand, and then the next condition, let's type for example 3 equals 3. Okay, so what would be the return of this, true or false? Obviously is true, because we are saying that 2 equals 2 and 3 equals 3. Okay, so this is true and this is also true. So if both are true, the total is true. Now what about if we type 2 equals 1 and 3 equals 3? One of them is not true, which is the first condition. So the total would be false. Okay.
So this is how the AND works. It compares two conditions, and if one of them, just one of them is false, the total is false as well. Now there is the OR operator, and we're going to use the same examples as above. So if 2 equals 2, or this is how we type the OR comparison. Three equals 3. This would return true because it's saying that if either the first statement or the second statement is true, it returns true. What about if 2 equals 1 or 3 equals 3? This would be true as well because one of them is true. But if we type if 2, let's do a more complex calculation. So if 2 is not equal to 2 or 3 is not equal to 3, this would be false. Okay? Because either the first condition or the second one are false. Both are false. Okay? What about if we type is 2 is not equal to 1 or if 3 equals 3, this would be true. Okay, so I hope you guys understood all this. I know it could be a little complicated first, but you'll get used to it. Okay, and in the next lecture with conditional statements, you'll understand how all this makes sense. Now, the last logical operator you have to know is one that we already learned in the last video, which is the not. Okay, so the first one is the AND logical operator. Here we have the OR logical operator, and here we have the not. So I can even put this, the not operator and the AND operator. Now the not operator, we've learned in the last lesson how to use it, is exclamation symbol, and basically we can do this in a statement. We just type the not symbol or exclamation symbol and then parenthesis, and let's type 33 equals 33. Okay, so basically what the not does before a calculation between a parenthesis is give it a false value. So this is false because we given it a false value or a false result with the exclamation symbol before it. Okay, so this would be false. Now here, another example, let's say if not 33, it's bigger than 35. And this would be true. Why is that? Because the parenthesis itself is false because 33, it's not bigger than 35. So this is false, but we are giving it the not, so it's true. Okay, so basically the symbol gives changes. If there's a false, it will become true. If there's a true, it will become false. Okay, so this is all. If you have any questions, post your comments or questions in the Q&A section. See you guys later. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. Let's continue, and now that you know how to use operators, I'm going to teach you how to use all of that you've learned in the last videos with conditional statements. Okay, you'll be able now to apply all the knowledge that you acquired in this lesson with conditional statements. Now, what is a conditional statement? A conditional statement starts with a if. So let's type if, and then parenthesis, and then curly brackets. Okay, now between the curly brackets, either here or you can push, usually we push the last curly bracket down here, and we indent with the tab key in your keyboard and start typing something here. Okay, your script that will run. So as a script, you can run, let's type, for example, document write, and inside the parentheses, it works. And here, inside the parentheses is where we're gonna put the statement. Okay, so you've learned in the last videos how to use statements and operators. So remember that you can use, for example, the equal or the plus mathematical operators, or the comparison operators. So let's use, for example, the equal to. So if 2 equals 2, run the script here. Okay, so if we run this, you're gonna get it works. Okay, so the script runs if the comparison inside here is true. If it's false, it will not do anything. So the comparison 2 equals 3 is false, so this will not run anything at all, as you can see. Okay, now as an alternative to not be able to run the script because the condition is false, we can type here else, and then curly brackets again, and here we can type, for example, document write, and here let's say it doesn't work. Now what happens is that 2 is not equal to 3, so it will not run this, but it will run the else script. Okay, if it doesn't run the first script, it will run the else script. Now if we type here, it doesn't work. Okay, so I forgot to put here. Okay guys, now let's use, for example, here a variable. Let's call this car equals to Ferrari. Now what we can say is if car is not equal to Ferrari, document write, it's not a Ferrari, and here we can type it's a Ferrari. Okay, so what happens is the comparison says if the car is not a Ferrari, or if the variable car is not Ferrari, which it is,
it will run this, else it would run this. So what do you think it will happen? So obviously it will run the script else, because we're saying car, if car is not equal to Ferrari, run this. So this will not run because car, it is equal to Ferrari, as you can see here. Okay, so let's try this. And there it is. It's a Ferrari. Okay. There's also something that is very common to use, which is equal to nothing. So if car is not equal to no string, you can type here it's a string with some values or with some characters. In here it's a string with no characters. Let's save this. So it has some characters. It has, the string has Ferrari. Okay, so we're saying if car is not equal to nothing or no characters, do this. Otherwise, do this. So it will probably run, or it will run this here. Okay, let's see. It's a string with some characters. And what about if we don't type nothing here? We open this, it's a string with no characters. Okay, so play a little bit with this. It's very, very easy to understand how this works after you practice a while. So see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lecture, we will learn how to create an if statement inside another if statement. And we call this block nesting. Okay, so to start, let's create a very simple if statement. Let's type, for example, car equals to Mercedes. And here, let's create a variable car. Let's type equals Mercedes. And we can create another variable called car2 equals Ferrari. Now I want to check if car is Mercedes and car2 is Ferrari with if statements. And to do it, I can create an if statement inside another if statement, so I can check everything in the same block. So we have the if statement parent. We can say it's a parent if statement here. Okay, the first one. And now here we can create the second one. And don't forget to indent. You can use either with the tab key 2 spaces, and make sure you always indent your code so it becomes very clear for other coders or developers to read. Okay, we call this a clean code. So make sure you indent your code. And in the second if statement, you can type car2 equals Ferrari. Now indent again 2 times. Now here you can type, let's use the window alert. And here the 2 variables have car, or the 2 variables
are cars. Okay. And you can type even the else statement here. And here, let's type window alert. One of the variables is not a car, something like that. And you can also type the else statement here, and there is a way so you can lose yourself or you can't lose track of where to put the else. If you click near the closing curly bracket, you see that is in red, and the other one where it belongs, the open curly bracket where it belongs, it's in red as well. Okay, so this is the else for this first statement here. Okay, this one, and this one, sorry, this one is for this one here. Okay, I know it's at the beginning it can be a little bit confusing, but you get used to it. Don't worry. And here the else statement can be also window alert here, car variable is not Mercedes. And let's change this. Instead of the two variables are cars, let's type car to variable is a Ferrari, else car to variable is not a Ferrari. Okay. Okay, cool. So let's save this, and we can also type here as well. If car equals to Mercedes, let's type window alert car variable is Mercedes. Let's check next variable. Okay, so basically what this will do is it will check if variable 1 is indeed Mercedes, and if it reads Mercedes, it will go on and it will show us a window alert, and then it will check out the if condition car2 is equal Ferrari, and it will show us car2 variable is a Ferrari. Okay, so in this case, either car variable is a Mercedes and car2 is a Ferrari, so it will run this here and this line of code here. The two else's will not run. Now to check this and to confirm it, let's run this in Chrome. Okay, and as you can see, the car variable is the Mercedes. Let's check next variable. Car2 is a Ferrari. Okay, great, it works perfectly. Now what about if we change this to just a letter? Just you take out a letter S from Mercedes, and what this will do is it will check if it's a Mercedes, and this code will not run because already the car variable is not Mercedes. There is an S missing. Okay, there is an S missing, so it's not a Mercedes. It will go down here and it will give us the else code, or the else statement here. Window alert car variable is not a Mercedes. So let me prove this, and there it is. Okay, so Okay, so this is how you can nest and how you can put variables, if statements inside other if statements if you want to check more than one condition, okay, in the same block. So don't worry, because later on you'll learn how to use this in a more useful way with websites and other scripts. Okay, see you guys later. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. Let's continue with a little bit more complex comparisons in the if statement. So let's create an if statement again. And if parenthesis, curly brackets. Now inside the parentheses, let's type a little bit more complex comparison here. But before it, let's create two variables. So let's create variable number1, and here you can type 3, and variable 2 equals 2. Now inside the parentheses, let's type parentheses again, and let's type the % comparison symbol, which means, as you remember, and. Now let's type parentheses again. Now between the first parentheses, let's type num1, it's greater than 2, so this would be true. Okay, this statement here would be true because number 1 is 3, so it's greater or bigger than 2. And if number 2 is greater than 1, do this code here, which is, let me type document dot write, and here we can type it works, else document write, the condition is false. Okay, so let's save this, and basically we hope that it will work, because we're saying if number 1, which is 3, is greater than 2, and so the two conditions must be true, and number 2 or variable number 2 is greater than 1, do this. Otherwise, do this. So let's run this in Chrome, and there it is. It works. Okay, what about if we type here a 3? Well, a 3, this will give us a false, this will be false, so one of the two conditions is false, so we will get this right here. Let me prove that to you, and there it is. The condition, well, I forgot the N here, sorry guys. The condition is false. Okay, you can also use, let's use also the or comparison operator. Okay, now with this comparison operator, what we are saying is that either this one or this one, if one of them is true, just type this code. If the two are false, this will run. Okay, now let's see, and there it is, it works. Okay, now number 1, let's type here the 4. Now I'm sure this will run because the first condition is false and the second condition is false as well. And there it is, the condition is false. Okay, so this is how you can create a lot of more complex comparisons, and make sure you practice with different examples, okay, so you can feel comfortable with it in JavaScript. So let me show you just another real cool thing in JavaScript. We don't need the curly brackets when you have only a line of code. So if we take out the curly brackets here and here, you just have to clean the spaces or the line between the else. So this line, we have to push it up. Okay, so you can see there's no lines between them. And this will work just as it is without any curly bracket here. Okay, you don't need curly brackets as long as it has only one line of code like this. Okay, and as you'll see, this will run perfectly. Okay, see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi guys, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. Let's continue, and I'm going to show you how to use the else if statement. So let's start as usual with a normal statement if and parentheses. Let's also create two variables. Num1 equals 2 and var num2 equals 3. Now in the first condition, let's type num1 is bigger than 1. Do this. Document right parenthesis, and between the parentheses, let's type is bigger than 1, and here we type else. And if we want to check, for example, another variable or another condition, you can also use the else if statement. Okay, so else if parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis, let's type num2 less than 2. Do this. Document dot write num2 is less than 2, and here is, let's type here num1 is bigger than 1, and at the end you can type else in here, let's type document dot write parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis let's type none of the variables match with the condition. Okay, so let's save this. So we have a first if, okay, where we have the condition if number1 variable is greater or bigger than 1, do this or run this code. Else if number2 is, let me change this to 4, okay, it will run this as well. Otherwise, it will run this. Okay, so let's try the code and see what happens. Okay, num1 is bigger than 1. So we use the else if to check another condition in case that this condition first is false. So right now the condition in the first if is true. So this will run and the code stops here. What about if I type num1 is bigger than 5? This will return false and this will not run, so it will go to the else if and checks if this condition is true. And in this case, it's not, so let's change this to or. So it's true, so it will run this one here.
Let's check that. And there it is. num2 is less than 2. And if we change this to a 1, this is false. This is false as well. So it will return this one here. Okay. As you'll see, there it is. Okay. So you can put as much as else ifs as you want. You can type else if again. And you can compare it here again, document dot write. Let's type here works. This condition we can type num1 is less than or equal to number 2. Okay, so let me check this. This is false, this is false, and this is true. Okay. If none of the ifs are true, the else at the end will run. Okay, but in this case, it will run this code here. Let me check, and there it is. Okay, guys, so that's it. And if you have any questions, just post your questions or comments in the Q&A section, and see you guys later. Bye. Hi, everyone, and welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. So in this lecture, I'm going to teach you how to use the switch statement, which is a very cool feature in JavaScript, and you can use to compare very quickly a value and create an action to it or run a piece of code. So the switch statement starts with us creating a variable name equals John. Okay, and now we type switch and then parentheses and curly brackets. Now between the switch, we type the variable name. And now, depending on the value of the name, of the variable name, we will run code in different cases, okay, or in different conditions. Now you've learned how to use several if statements or else if statements to run different scripts or different lines of code when the condition meets the value. Now, to do it more quickly, you can use the switch statement, and we have a name, now a variable, and to compare it, now we use case, type case, and then between the double quotes, we type, for example, let's type Victor, and then colon, and then you can type an action. So let's type document write, the variable is Victor. Now let's type another case, and I'll explain you in just a second. Let me just type this document write. The variable is Mark. And here we have type Mark. And I also forgot you have to type here type break and a semicolon, and down here we type also break. So what we have here is different actions or different code for each case where we change or the value of the variable is changed. So now we have John.
So in case that the variable is John, the code that will run is where we have case John. Okay. So in here, let's type, for example, document write the variable is John. Now every time, or for each case, we have to type break, so it breaks the code and doesn't run all the code down here. Okay, so if we have John, what happens is JavaScript will run and parse all the code until it reaches something like this, case John. When it reaches case John, it will run the code inside it. So if we type here, for example, Victor, basically it will run this and then it reaches the break here and it stops. Now you can type here break as well, even if this is the last one, so you don't really need the break here. So as you can see, this is a very, very similar way to if statements, or to an alternative to if statements, and you type a lot of less code using the switch. Okay, so let's try the code now, and let's save this. Let's try the code and see what happens. And there it is. The variable is Victor. Why? Because it runs this code here. Okay, as you can see, in case that the variable is Victor, run the code that is inside it. Or if we type here Mark, oops, sorry, Mark, there it is. Okay, so for each different case, a different result or a different code. Now you have also something very, very useful for switch statements, which is the default, which means that if none of the case or the cases that you see here is true, okay, so if Victor, Mark, or John, none of them are equal to the variable, run other piece of code. So to do it, you just type default document write and none of the variables or none of the values matches the variable. So let's change this to something like let's Alex, and let's save this. Okay, and there it is. Okay guys, so this is how you can use different results for one variable, and a good alternative for if-else statements. But if you have any questions at all, just put your question in the comment section, and see you guys later. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. We will learn in this lecture how to use prompts, and pay attention because this is going to be the first time you'll be able to interact using JavaScript with values that a user inserts on the browser or on the web page. So this is very, very exciting because everything you learn until now, comparisons and if statements, you're going to use it now with values that a user inserts or delivers to you. So JavaScript will grab everything that the user types on the web page, and you'll be able to process that information and return after the user clicks a button. You'll be able to return something to him, some answer. So this is the first time we'll interact using JavaScript with an outside user. Okay, so let's create a prompt. Basically, a prompt is a box that has a field where the user can type anything he wants. Okay, and we will grab that information, then we will process it. So the first thing you should do to create a prompt is type window dot prompt parenthesis and semicolon, and between the double quotes inside the parenthesis you're going to type please type your name below. So let's save this and let's launch this in Chrome. Okay, and there it is. So this is the box. This is a prompt box with a field where you can type anything, or the user can type anything he wants. And as you can see, we have here the text or the string, please type your name below. So let's type our name and click Victor. Okay, so that's how we create a prompt, and we want more than that. We want to be able to process the data that we send, or the string or the numbers that we type there in the box. To do it, we have to grab the values with a variable. So we put the window prompt as a variable value. So as a variable, let's type name, and let's save this. Now down here, let's process whatever we will type on the prompt window. So basically we can match everything that the user types, we can match it with an if statement. So let's type if name equals nothing, type document dot write, please type something, and here else document right. You can type welcome, and we can type the variable here. So we will output welcome and the name that he typed. Let's save this. Let's see if this works. Okay, please type your name below. If you don't type anything, please type something. Okay. Now let's go back and run this again. And let's type Victor, and there it is. Welcome, Victor. So you see how awesome this is, and the possibilities that you now have with prompts and grabbing information that the user types on the box, and you can process and deliver any message you want or any action or code that you want. So this is all, and see you guys in the next lecture. Hi guys, hope you guys are great, and let's start with a new lecture on JavaScript. In this lecture we will learn how to create the amazing loops. Now loops are a very important subject, not only in JavaScript, but for PHP and for other programming languages. So it's like functions and variables. It's something that you can use not only for JavaScript, but also in other programming languages. Now, loops are very important because you will save a lot of code using loops. And I'm going to show you right away a very simple example how to do this and why you can save some code and time. So let's say we want to repeat something on our web page using the document write and we want to repeat it 10 times. So let's type hello world. So let's say we want to repeat this 10 times. So what we have to do basically is we can copy it down here. We have to do it 10 times like this. Okay, so instead of doing this and using all this code and all these lines, we just use the loop. Okay, and the first loop I want to teach you to use, there are different loops, but the first one we're going to use, it's the for loop, which is the simple one, which basically will repeat this code here as many times as you want. So let's do it. Let's repeat it 10 times. And to do it, let's type for, and then parentheses, curly bracket, and close curly bracket here, similar to a function. Now inside the parentheses, we need to type 3 statements. The first is create a variable, and let's call this variable test. And the variable test is going to be equal to 1. And now we type semicolon. Let's give it a space. Now we do a statement saying test and the symbol lower than 10, semicolon, and the third statement typing the variable and use the plus and plus symbol. This plus means increment 1. So basically what we are saying is creating a variable test with value 1, and then this is where we're going to say how many times we want to repeat this code that is in here. So we want to repeat it 10 times or until it reaches 10. So this will probably start at 1 and will stop at 9, because we are saying that test is less than 10. So to repeat it 10 times, let's put 11. And here basically we're saying repeat it 1 by 1. So let's do it and let's test it. Let's open this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so we have hello world and then hello world and hello world, but I don't want this in horizontal. Let's put it in vertical. So what we do here, it's plus, and let's type a line break. Like this, and save it. Let's run this again, and there it is. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Okay, so this is how you can save a lot of code with just using the for loop. Okay, so what about if we change this 11 and type here 20? Let's go here and open this. So we would have 20 times hello world, okay, or 2019, okay. If we want to make sure we have 20, we can type here 0, okay. So now we would have 20 times, and let's type here 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Okay. So this is how we use the for loop. You will probably see a lot of times that the variable or the var, it's not used. So you're going to see a lot of times this, or you will also see a lot of times the I letter as a variable or as the variable to use it and to create a for loop. Like this. Okay, let's save this, let's run it, and there it is. It works. Okay, before we end, I'm just going to show you a little trick that you can also use. You can type here the variable I and then plus here. Okay, And what this will do, let's type here a space and a dot here. And what this will do, it's basically give a number to each line or each repetition, as you will see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this is how you can use numbers to see how many repetitions you have. If you don't want to start with 0 and want to start with 1, you just type here 1. Okay. And if you want 10 repetitions, you have to put 11 here. Save it. And there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, guys, so this is all, and we'll learn more loops in the next video. Bye. Hi, guys, let's continue with loops, and let's delete the for loop from the last lecture. And in this video, we will learn how to use the while and the do while loop. So the first thing you should do, it's type while, parentheses, and curly brackets. Now, inside the parentheses, we're going to type a comparison, and basically what the while loop will do, it will repeat the code inside the curly brackets until the comparison or the statement inside the parentheses is no longer true. So before the while loop, let's create a variable called test, and this is equal to 1. Okay. And here inside the parentheses, let's type test. And now the comparison, we can use the operator less than 5. Now inside the curly brackets, what we will type is document write, parentheses, and let's type here hello world, and here we can type test plus the dot, save this, and let's run it in Chrome. So nothing happens, and basically you see that Chrome is constantly reading and doing the loop with no result. Why? Well, because for this to work using the while loop, we need to type here the variable test and then plus plus, the increment operator. Okay? And now it works. Okay, so this is how you can use the while loop. You must always use the increment operator with the variable that you are declaring or you declared outside the while loop. Now let's put this in vertical. Let's type here plus and a line break, HTML line break. And let's see how this is presented now. Okay, perfect. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. If we really want 5, you can type here 6. Okay. So let's see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now let's do the do while loop. And the do while, it's basically typing here do. And basically, we're going to take this out of here and put it at the end. Okay, let's delete this from here. What this is saying is do this code here while test is less than 6 or until it reaches 6. So it will repeat 5 times. And let's run this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so it does the same as while. It's just another way you can do it. The only difference to the while loop is that this code will always run at least one time, okay, before it checks the comparison. So this is all for now, and see you guys in the next lecture.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lecture we'll learn how to use and create arrays. And arrays is also another very important structure of a programming language, such as functions and variables and loops. So arrays, you'll find arrays in every single programming language as well. So once you learn this in JavaScript, you'll be able to use it in also PHP or C or Java or any other programming language. So what is an array? An array is basically a list of data or a list of things that you want to store in a variable. So let's say we have a list of products or a list of cars. Let's type Ferrari, and then Mercedes, and then we have a Ford, and then we have Range Rover, for example. We have a list of 4 different cars here. So I'm going to create an array to store all these 4 values. So the first thing you should do is create a variable and create cars equals, and now we type new array and parentheses, and inside the parentheses we're gonna type between double quotes, because this is gonna be stored as a value or as a string. Okay, so Ferrari. You can also store numbers, okay, but we're gonna store this as strings. So after Ferrari we type comma and then Mercedes. Mercedes. Okay, comma, and then Ford, and then Range. Forgot double quotes. Range Rover. Okay, so this is it. You have created an array of 4 values or 4 value strings with Ferrari, Mercedes, Ford, and Range Rover. Let's take this out of here. And let's save this. Now, if you try to open this and run it, nothing happens because we have created the array with the values, but I want to show now the values to the user or to the web page. And to access the array, or one value of the array, let's try to output the first value, which is Ferrari. So to do it, let's type document right parenthesis semicolon, and inside the parenthesis we're going to type cars, which is the variable that holds the array, and then we're going to type square brackets, and pay attention because this is really important. Inside the square bracket you're going to type the number, which refers to the position of the value that you want to show. So this is 0, okay, and in all programming languages array starts with 0, okay, or the order in a programming language of something starts always with 0. So it's 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so we have Ferrari as position 0. So you're going to type here 0. Okay, if we want Mercedes, we would type 1. If we want Ford, we would type 2, and Range Rover 3. So let's type the 0 here, and let's save this and see what happens. Okay, there it is. Perfect. Okay, we show the first value of the array. So let's try another value. Let's say the second value, which is Mercedes, and run it and try this, and there it is. Okay. Now also a very cool property in JavaScript that you can use is the length. So if you type cars.length, what you'll get is the number of elements or values that are stored in the array. So there it is, 4. So now I'm gonna show you how to output all the values inside an array. And to do it, we're gonna use the for loop that you learned in the last lecture. Okay, So let's type for the parentheses. Document right can be here inside curly brackets. Now inside the parentheses, we're going to use the variable I equals 0 semicolon. And now we're going to type I, it's less than cars dot length semicolon and I plus plus. Now inside the parentheses, we're going to type cars, curly brackets, and inside the curly brackets, instead of the number, we're going to type I. Okay? The variable I. And let's save this. So basically, with this for loop, we will be able to show all the content of the array. And there it is. Okay? But to the user, it's not very well organized. So let's give it a space, or let's put this all in order. So here we're going to type dot plus in double quotes and now a line break. Save this and run it, and there it is. Okay, so you can type even 1,000 names here, or sorry, 1,000 names or 1,000 elements inside an array. With this simple formula, you're gonna get all the information inside an array. Okay, so this is all for now, and see you in the next lecture. Hello guys, and welcome to another JavaScript lecture. In the last video, we learned how to create a new array. This is the code from the last video. And then how to output the array and all the values inside the array, just by creating a for loop here. Okay. In this lecture, I'm going to teach you how to change values of the array and how to change a length of the array as well. Okay. So let's delete all this and create a new array. So we've learned to create an array just by creating a variable first. Let's call it cars, and then new array, and then parentheses, and inside the parentheses we would type the values of the array separated by commas. Okay, now there's also a way you can do an array, and it's a lot faster. Instead of creating and typing new array, you just type var cars, variable cars equal, and then you type the square brackets. Now inside the square brackets, you just type the names of the values, or the values that you want inside the array. So the array would be called cars, and inside the square brackets we type the values. So let's type Ferrari, Mercedes, BMW. Okay, let's leave these three for now. So right now we have an array length of, let's check it. We can check this just by typing document right, and here we can type cars dot length. Okay, now let's save this. And run this. And there you have it, 3. Okay, so we have a length of 3 values in this array. Now, to change a value inside of an array,
let's say I want to change Mercedes. Obviously, I can go directly here and change it to another car. But let's say I have created this array and now I have thousands of lines of code, and down at the bottom I want to change the value instead of going directly to the source or the original array. I want to change it later on down the code. So I want to change, instead of Mercedes, I want to change that value to a Ford. So to do it, it's very simple. Let's take this out and let's do cars. Now we're going to type the order number of the value, which would be 1. As I told you in the last video, 0 would be Ferrari, 1 Mercedes, and 2 BMW. So 1, which is the one that we want to change, equals 2, and now we give it a new value. So let's give it, let me type Ford, and that's it. Okay, we are done. Simple as that. So now if we do the for loop, cars.length, semicolon I++, in here we type document.write cars, you type I plus and a line break. Now let's save this, let's run this, and there it is. Okay, changed. So now the Mercedes is out and the Ford is inside the array as value number 1. This would be 0, 1, and 2. Okay, now I'm going to also show you how to change the length of an array. So we now have a length of an array of 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, but I want to change it to 2. Okay, just these 2. What will happen is that BMW will be erased or deleted, okay, of the array. So to do this, let's go here and type cars.length equals 2 and semicolon. Now if you run this, there it is. Okay, so pretty simple and pretty easy. This is how you change values and length of arrays. Okay, see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi guys, welcome to another JavaScript lecture, and we will continue to talk a little bit about arrays. So in this video, I want to talk about array properties and methods. Now, arrays in JavaScript have properties, and we already used one very famous property, which is the length property. But there are many other properties that you can use. And you also have methods. Now, I'm going to show you just a few examples, but you have a huge list of properties and methods that you can check out on the description page, or at the end of the course you have a guide that you can download and check all these properties and methods you can use in arrays. Okay, so I'm going to just use a very famous property, which is the length property. Now, properties and methods
are available in arrays in JavaScript, because arrays in JavaScript are objects and treated like objects. But you'll learn how to use objects and what objects are later on the course, okay? Don't be scared. It's pretty easy to understand it. So to start, let's create, as always, an array. Let's create a fruit, or let's create variable city equals to, in here let's type New York, and we can type here Miami, then we can type Lisbon and Madrid. Okay, so semicolon. So one of the most famous that we already used is, you probably know, city.length. Okay, and city.length will return you the number of elements inside, or values inside, an array, so you can check out the length of that array. Okay, so this is a very simple property you can use. There are a few others, but you can check them out on the description page or on your guide. Okay, now what about methods? Let's use a method. Let's use one of my favorites, which is the reverse method. And as the name says, basically we will reverse the order of the array. Okay, so to do it, or to use a method with an array, we just type the name of the array, city dot, and then we type reverse. Now methods have parentheses like this, okay, always at the end, because they are basically functions. Functions and methods are basically the same, and we can create new methods or functions to use in JavaScript, but JavaScript already has predefined or already built functions that comes already with JavaScript that you can use, okay? And this is one of them, reverse. Now, the function or the method reverse, let's see what it does to the array. Let's see the result. So now we have reversed the array, but we cannot see anything yet, because to see it on a web page, or to see the result on a web page, as you know, we have to use the for loop. So let's use the for loop. I equals 0, semicolon, and I city, it's less than city.length, semicolon, I plus plus. Now document.write city I and the line break. Okay, let's save this. Let's run it in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, the order has been reversed. And as you can see, New York is first, Miami, Lisbon, Madrid. Now we have Madrid first, Lisbon, Miami, New York. Okay, so this is how you use, let me try another method, or a built-in method of JavaScript. Let's use the push method. Okay, so let's type push. And inside the parentheses, we're going to type any value that we want to add to the array. Okay, so I want to add another city, and let's call the city Paris. Okay, let's save this. Okay, let me run this in Chrome, and there it is. Okay, so you can also put more than one value here. Okay, Dublin. Let's save this, and let's check this out, and there it is. Okay, so you have many methods
or functions you can use with JavaScript and with arrays. So check them out and play a little bit with it, and make sure you practice a lot. Okay, guys? So see you guys in the next lecture. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lecture, we'll learn how to create objects and what objects are. So JavaScript has a way or another way to store data, such as we learned with arrays, with objects. So you can use objects to store data, or you can use objects as well to create reusable structures, code structures. Okay, so basically with objects, you can store a lot of different properties, values. You can store functions in it, arrays, and even other objects. You also should know that objects are used in other programming languages, not only in JavaScript. So once you learn how to use this in JavaScript, you'll also have the knowledge and the concept how to use them in other programming languages as well, okay? So let's start with a simple object creation. Now, to create JavaScript objects, the rules are very, very similar as to creating variables or functions. There are two ways you can create a JavaScript object, either with the object constructor or with the object literal notation. So I'm going to show you both ways. Let's start with the object constructor. As we do with a new array, we just have to create a variable. And let's call this variable dwarf. This is going to be equal to new object. Okay, so this is the constructor, pretty similar as we used with new array. And now we have created an object, but we don't have anything, or the object doesn't have any properties at all. So let's say in this case the dwarf is a character in the game with strength and armor and abilities. So let's say we have, or let's say we want to give those three properties to the dwarf. We just have to type dwarf dot, and now the property is going to be called, the first property would be, let's say, strength. And now let's assign it a value. So property strength will have a value from 1 to 10. Let's give it a 7. Now let's assign, or let's give another property to this object. Armor equals to let's say 5 or 8. And finally, let's give it a attack. Let's give it a property of attack with value 7 or 6. Okay. So now we have created object dwarf, and object dwarf has 3 properties: strength, armor, and attack. Okay, each of those properties have values or different values. Okay, now to show all these properties, what we can do now is create a function. The function will be another property of the object. Okay, so to do that, just type dwarf dot, and then you can type show properties, and then equal, and now you type function, so you can give it a function to this as a value to this object property. Okay, and now you just create a function with document dot write, and inside the document write, let's type hero then you can type plus and then dwarf dot strength. I have to put here strength hero strength here, and then plus, and let's give it a line break. And now down here we can type as well hero strength, hero armor, plus, and this is dwarf dot armor, and a line break as well. And now let's create hero tech. And now we type dwarf, the property dwarf attack plus line break. Let's save this. Now, if you run this, nothing will happen because you have to call the function or the property show properties. And to do that, you just go here, and I forgot to put a semicolon here. Down here, we type dwarf. Oops. Okay, dwarf show properties and semicolon. Save this. Let's run this. Nothing will show at the web page because I forgot to put here the plus symbols. Okay, so make sure you put plus here and here. And now if you run this, there it is. Okay, hero strength 7, hero armor 8, and hero tech 6. Okay, you can even give it a space here. Yeah, and that's, now it's correct. Okay, so this is how we create an object using the constructor. Now I'm going to show you basically the same thing using the literal notation, okay, which is pretty, it's a little bit easier and faster with less code. The only difference is that you don't need this here. Just need to create var dwarf and then curly brackets. Now you just have to close down here the curly bracket here, and you can take the name dwarf from here. You only need to put the name of the property. Okay. So it's a little bit simpler and much faster to do it with the literal notation. I almost forgot, you also need to change, instead of semicolon, you just put a comma here, okay? And that's it. Let's save this. And this semicolon, I put it here, but we don't need that at all. So a closing curly bracket for a function doesn't need the semicolon. So let's run this. Interesting. Instead of the equal symbol, you need to put some colon here. Okay? And here as well. And now you are ready to go. Okay, let's see if this works. And there it is. Perfect. It works perfectly. And I'm going to show you just a last thing. You can also take this document write, copy it, and put it here. And let's take this function out
And let's save this. Now, if you try to run this code like this, it will work anyways, okay? So using the literal notation, you can basically, instead of creating a function property inside the object, you can create, or you can just type document right, and then use the properties outside the document, the object, sorry. Okay, guys, so I think using the literal notation, it's a little simpler and faster than using the constructor, okay? So it's up to you. How do you want to use it? And see you guys later. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to another JavaScript lecture. In this lecture, we'll learn how to create constructor functions. So we use constructor functions to create reusable code for objects. Okay, so for example, let's say you want to create a hero object, as we did in the last lecture, with the strength value, the armor value, etc. But later on, you want to reuse those properties on different heroes or characters. And that's how we do it with constructor functions. We already have predefined properties for each character. So I'm going to show you right away how to do it. So the first thing you should do is create function and then create hero. Now, whenever you create a constructor function, you have to make sure you start the name of the function or the constructor with the capital letter. Okay, in this case, we will start with capital H for hero. Okay, now parentheses and curly brackets. Now, inside a function, we need to create the properties and values. In this case of a constructor function, what we do is basically create 3 arguments inside a parenthesis. So let's do, the arguments must be the properties in this case. So armor, strength, and attack. Now, inside the constructor function, we type a new keyword, which is called this, dot armor equals to the argument value. Okay. Now we do the same thing for strength equals to strength. And now we do the same thing to attack equal to attack. Okay. Okay. So here, what we are doing is creating the keyword. This means the current object that we are referring to, or this object, which in this case is the object hero. And then we type armor as the first property, which is equal to the value of armor as argument. Okay, we will later create values to each of these properties, or in this case, each of the arguments here. Okay. Okay, so that's it. That's the whole process of creating a constructor function. And if you want, you can go ahead and create more properties to it. Okay, just remember that you should put always the properties as an argument value here as well, and then here. Okay, now we have the properties that we want for each hero, which is armor, strength, and attack. Okay, so now I want to create different heroes with different values for each armor, strength, and attack. To do that, we need to create an instance of an object. And an instance of an object is basically creating a new object, like we created the array with the new. So in this case, we will create a new object. So the first thing you should do is create a variable. And the name of the variable is going to be dwarf, which is going to be the first hero that we want to create, equals to new hero
Okay, remember that to instance an object, you need to use the name of the constructor function, the same name. And now parenthesis. And inside the parenthesis is where you're going to give the values that you want. So in this case, I'm going to give value, let's give it a 4. Let's give it all 4s. I'm sorry for the dwarf. Let's give it a little bit more values to it. 5. Let's give it a 5 to each property. So now we have a dwarf, okay, with its values, and let's create another object, or let's instance another object. Let's call this barbarian. Let's give it a new hero. A 7. And another 7. And let's create an elf. And here we can type 9 and 9. Okay, so these are the 3 heroes. You can create a lot more heroes if you want. And now, in order to see the heroes or to use their properties on the web page, you just type document write. And inside document write, you can type, let's see, hero properties. And let's give it an H2 here, or H3. H3, and here have to close H3. Okay, down here let's type document write, and here let's type strength and let's type here dwarf armor, semicolon, and let's give it a plus, and document dot write. And so the first was armor, sorry, I forgot here. Second is strength. So dwarf dot armor, and now strength. Okay, semicolon, and finally document dot write and attack. Dwarf dot attack plus br. Okay, awesome. So let's save this and see what happens. And there it is. Hero properties. Well, we should know what hero is. So I think hero properties, let me type here. We can go here and type the name. Name. Let's create a new property. This name and name. And now here, the name is going to be the dwarf. Okay, and here, this is the barbarian. And here, this is the elf. Okay, And now here, instead of hero properties, we can type the dwarf dot name and line break here, and also let me check h3 here and an h3 here and a plus symbol here, and hopefully, okay, we still need a space here. Okay, finally. There it is, dwarf properties, and then we have armor, strength, and attack. Now, I'm going to show you a very, in this case, I just remembered something we can do to prevent that we go, every time we want to change barbarian or elf, we go here to the dwarf and have to change it one by one. So in order to do it in a simpler and faster way, we just type variable character equals to, in this case, dwarf, which is the variable, this one here, or the object. So here, let's change this to character variable character and character. Okay, let's save this, and if we run it, there it is, dwarf properties, blah blah blah. So now if we want to see the barbarian, we just have to type here barbarian. Instead of you see that instead of going one by one and change it here, let's say if we have 1,000 lines of code here and you have to go one by one, would be a little bit a waste of time. So what we create is a variable, a unique variable, where we can change the name, or in this case the object that we want to see. And now you'll see that barbarian properties 777 and an elf, and there it is. Okay, so yeah, this is pretty much how we use objects, and of course later on you'll learn how to create a little bit more complex objects with more properties and more values. But for now, I think you can understand how this works and the basics of it. Now, you can also create a for loop to see everything that it's inside an object, all the properties. So let's see how this works. Let's delete all this and let's create a for parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis, now you create a simple variable. You can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it x, var x in, and now the name of the object, or in this case the hero that you want to see, the properties. Let's type dwarf, and now document dot write, and now you can type x plus and colon plus again and dwarf. Now square brackets, and inside the square brackets you're going to type x. Now you can type plus again and line break. Okay, and that's it. Let's see all the properties of the dwarf, and there it is. Name dwarf, armor 5, strength 5. If we change this to let's say the elf, we need to change it here as well, and run this, and there it is. Okay guys, so now you know how to create a new object, you know what an instance of an object is, you know how to use the keyword this, and basically you know how to create manipulate and edit properties of an object. Okay, so this is all, and see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lecture, we will learn how to use and what are the predefined JavaScript objects. So we've learned what objects are, and in this lesson, I'm gonna teach you and show you a few predefined objects that JavaScript already has built by default for you to use with methods and properties of their own. So I'm gonna show you just a few examples. There are many objects you can use in JavaScript, or predefined objects you can use. And if you want to check out all the objects that you can use in JavaScript, or all the predefined objects that you can use in JavaScript, you can go to the description page and search for the list of objects, or you can go to the end of the chapter and search for the guide of JavaScript objects and download. So we will look into the navigator and history objects of JavaScript. So to start showing you some navigator objects, let's type here navigator objects. The navigator object, it's part of the window object, and you can access its properties using window.navigator and then you type here the property. Okay, and you have a lot of properties you can use. I'm just going to show you one or two. You can also use only the, like this, navigator.property. And to understand this, we've been using, for example, the alert, which is a method from the window object. Okay, but usually in JavaScript, you don't need to put the window.alert. You just need to put alert, and you can save a little bit of code. Okay, so usually you don't use the window before the alert, but this would be the correct way, because the alert method, or the alert predefined method of JavaScript, is part of the window object. Okay, and you already know, I think I told you already, window means the browser itself, or the window of the browser. So window itself is an object from JavaScript, and then they have their own properties or methods. I'm going to show you one famous property of the window object, which is, let me type window alert. And let's type your browser is, and I type plus, and we type navigator dot and app name with capital N. Okay, let's save this and let's run and see what happens. Okay, your browser is Netscape. Okay, so what happens here is that the property app name will return the name of the browser. What is interesting is that, as you saw, app name returns in Chrome, because I'm using Chrome, it returns Netscape. Let's check it out once more. There it is, Netscape. And why is that? Because the DOM and all the properties of the DOM in JavaScript were created originally by Netscape. And if you don't know, Netscape was a very famous browser in the 90s. And Netscape was one of the first browsers that competed against Internet Explorer. And they developed a lot of the things that we know today, and a lot of properties you can use with the window object. So, and a lot of the browsers out there like Chrome and Firefox are using now the Netscape DOM pattern or system. Okay, so the properties are the same, and it will always return Netscape, but not Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer will return you Microsoft Internet Explorer, and you can try it yourself if you have Internet Explorer. Let's now use a method. So this property is very useful when detecting
what type of browser is the user using to open the page or open your website. And you can use this famous the if condition to detect what type of browser are you using, and if you are using Internet Explorer, you do something. If you're not using Internet Explorer, you do something else. So if, let's type here, for example, navigator.app name equals exactly to Microsoft Internet Explorer. And let's type welcome Internet Explorer users. Forgot to put here document dot write and else, and here you can type document dot write you need Internet Explorer to run this script. Okay. We call this if usually the browser detection script, and we use this a lot when creating new web pages. So later on, as you're going to see with HTML5 and CSS3, you have a lot of scripts and a lot of functions that don't work in Internet Explorer as they work with for Chrome or for Firefox. So we have to do this, and if the browser is Internet Explorer, do and run the script this way so it works. Otherwise, use the script this way. Okay, so let's continue, and now I'm going to show you how to use a method of the navigator object. Let's take this out. So I'm going to use now the Java enabled method, and basically this it's pretty similar as what we just did a few seconds ago with the detection of the browser or the type of browser you're using, but now this will detect if you have Java enabled on your browser or not. Now to do this, you just type if navigator dot, and the property or the and the method is Java capital E enabled. Okay, parenthesis, and now we type here document write Java is enabled. And here, else alert Java is not enabled on your browser. Okay, and save this, and let's run this and see what happens. Okay, Java is enabled at this point. If my Java was not enabled, it will show us the alert here. Okay. Okay, now let's go to the history object. One very cool property you can use is the history length, which will tell you how many pages you have in the history or have you visited with your current browser. So let's see what it has to tell me. So my browser has visited let's type
Now history dot length. Okay, this is the property of the history object that will show you how many pages have you visited. And then let's type, you have, my browser has visited, and now pages. Okay, let's say this, let's run it in Chrome, and there it is. It has only visited one page. Why? Because this one page is what I opened just right now. Okay, so let's see now a method of the history object. The back method will basically send you to the last page visited in the browser that you have on your history list. But because we don't have any history, it will return me an undefined page. Okay, it depends all in the history list that you have related to your browser. So this is how we use navigator object properties and methods and history object properties and methods. Okay, make sure you practice and go to and download the guide where you have all the methods and properties. Hello everyone, and welcome to another JavaScript lecture. In this lecture we will learn the DOM, or the document object model. So basically the DOM is an object created by the browser each and every time a web page is open with their elements and tags. And it creates basically a virtual structure of the web page with all the elements and tags, child nodes, parents, siblings, and the real or the direct relation between each tag or element. And after it creates that structure, you'll be able to access with JavaScript each of the elements in that DOM, or document object model, or structure, or web page. So basically what I'm saying is that you'll be able to access any of the structure of a web page and change anything you want on the fly with JavaScript and the document object model. So for example, in this case of this code that we have here, we have the parent element, which is the HTML, and then we have the child element head directly related under HTML. And then we have also the title, and the title will be the grandson of HTML and the child directly from the head. Okay, so it's basically like a family tree. So there are tags and elements under other elements or inside other elements. We call these relations nodes. Okay, so this is the parent node, and then we have the child node. Okay. We have also siblings. Siblings basically are like elements that are in the same position, like title is in the same position as the script tag here. Okay, so this is how the document object model is created, with child nodes and parent nodes and elements on a web page. And during this lecture, I'm going to show you how to access and change on the fly with JavaScript all the elements on a web page or on a DOM structure. So in order for you to understand this a lot better, let's create first H1 on the body section. We can type here title news, and then down here we can type H2. These are today's news, and close H2. And then here, let's create a div ID called news1, and close this div. And in here we can type today's news or nothing special, something like that. Please come back
tomorrow. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, so we now inside the body section we have 3 elements, h1, h2, and then a div with an ID news1. So let's open this. Okay, here it is. Everything is great. And now let's start the real magic with JavaScript. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna like this lecture because you'll start to see the amazing power of JavaScript and what you can really do on a web page with JavaScript. I'm going to show you how to grab each of the elements on this web page. And let's start by creating a variable to grab one of the elements. Variable first element equals to, you're just gonna use a method very popular in JavaScript, which is the get element, and the E, make sure you put it in capital E, capital B by, and capital ID. Get element by ID, and as the name says, we're gonna do is basically grab the news1. So what we can do is news1, and because get element by ID belongs to the document object model or is a method from the document object, we must type here document dot get element by ID. Okay, now let's save this. Let's go down here, and what we're going to do is an alert so we can make sure it's working. And the alert is going to be the first element. Save this. Okay, so now we have everything correct. News1 is the ID, and we are using the method of the document object get element by ID. Okay, and basically what we do is create an alert with the variable first element with all this. Okay, now let's run and see what happens. We should get everything that it's inside the div with the ID news1. But we get a null. And why is that? Because what happens is that we are running a script doing all this before the JavaScript code gets to here. So basically what the JavaScript understands is that document get element by ID news1, but I need to get first to the body section to understand that there is an ID with news1, and then it will run the alert correctly. So what we do is grab the script or the JavaScript code, and as I told you in the beginning of the chapter, we can put JavaScript wherever you want, even inside a body. So what we're going to do is put the JavaScript code after the body elements. Okay, so it reads the body elements first, analyzes all the document object and elements, and then we can run the script or the JavaScript code. Okay, and now let's see what happens. Okay, so now we have, and it returns an object HTML div element. So it's running okay, but it's still missing what we want. So what we want is the value or the text or whatever is inside the div with the ID news1. We want to show that to the user on the alert. So what we do is use the inner HTML. And basically inner HTML, this property will grab whatever is inside the ID news1 or the element div ID news1. Okay. Now, if we run this again, there it is. Awesome. Today's news, nothing special. Okay, it's working perfectly. So you have a lot of other methods and properties you can use on the DOM to control, edit, replace, and do anything you want to any element on your HTML document structure. Okay, guys?
So check out the description page where you have the list of all the methods and properties, or you can download the guide at the end of the chapter. So that's it for now. See you guys later. Bye. Hello and welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. In this lecture, we'll learn how to use the DOM nodes, or what the DOM node is. So in the last lecture, we've learned what the DOM is. And I also told you about the DOM nodes and their relation by parent nodes, child nodes, and siblings. So every element on a web page has a DOM node relation to their child node or the parent node. Okay, so in case of the H1 tag here, where we see title news, this would be the child node of body. And body would be the child node of HTML. Okay, H1 and H2 would be at the same level, so they would be siblings. Okay, so this is how we can define, or how we define child nodes. Now, you have properties and methods that you can use to access all these childs and parents. So let's see a few properties and methods that we can use with DOM nodes. One way of access is using the getElementById that I already showed you on the last lecture. Okay, so you could use the IDE and the method getElementById to grab everything or change anything that you see here as a value. Now I'm going to show you another way you can search for a specific element on a web page. So let's say you have an image on your web page or on the body section. So you just type document.image or images, sorry, and then square brackets. And to access or to choose, let's say you have 3 different images. So this basically creates an array where you can choose either the first image with a 0, the second image of your web page with a 1, or the third image with a 2. Okay, so this is how we can go from one element to another and to choose a specific element without using the getElementById, of course, because getElementById, you just need to put an ID in the element on a specific element and just use that method, which is for me the most simple way to do it. But yeah, you can use this way as well. So you can use it with images, you can use it with forms, you can use it as well, links. With the form, you could, for example, use the first form dot element and then square brackets again. So the first form of your web page and the first element. Okay, so with this, you would get the first element of the first form. If we type here 1, you would get the first element of the second form of the web page. And this, the element refers to whatever input you have there, or checkbox or radio button. Okay, if you want to choose the second element, type here 1, or the third element 2. Okay, so basically this is how we do it. Then the element has also a value, or the name, okay, or inner, you already know this, inner HTML. Okay, so this is the most complex way, or the longest way to do it with more code, but I prefer to use the getElementById. Just grab an ID and just go directly to that element ID. Okay, so now I'm going to show you, let's create a variable. Let's call this parent equals document dot, now we're going to use child and capital N nodes and square brackets. We are mentioning the first child node of the document, which is the HTML. Okay, so if we type here alert, and then we type parent and save this and run it. Okay, we have object.html element, but I want the alert box to return the name of the tag or the element, which is HTML. So to do that, we need to use another property called node name. Okay, save this and let's open this, and there it is. Okay, so this is how you can access and identify object elements or DOM nodes on a web page. And you have a lot of other properties you can use. Check out the description page or your guides at the end of the chapter and practice with more properties. Okay, guys? So just a quick reference. Let's say we want to use the DOM nodes, and with this, instead of using the get element by ID, let's grab this text here and show it on the alert box. So to do that, we just have to go node by node. So the first child node would be HTML, and then we have to go again dot child nodes, and then 0. Let's see what happens now. Let's check out head. Okay, so first child of the document, this would be the child of the first child, HTML. And now we want to go to the body section, which would be the second child of HTML. If we type 2 and we run it, this will have the body element. Okay, so here, instead of node name, if we put inner HTML, let's see what we get. We're gonna get probably all the content, there it is, all the content inside the body section. H1, as you can see, H2, and then div, and even the JavaScript appears here. Okay, so this would be the longest and the hardest way to do it. Obviously, we can create get element by ID, and here just type news 1, and then run this, and there it is. Okay, this is much faster. If we want to grab the H1, we just type here ID equal title 1, save this, and there it is. Okay, so it's much faster to use the get element by ID method. So that's it, guys, and see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hi everyone, and let's continue with more JavaScript goodies. So in this video, I'm going to teach you how to insert with a form something that you want to output on a web page. So until now, we've learned how to grab those values that are inside elements on a web page and show them on a pop-up alert box. But now what I want to do is create a form or an input where you can type something, and whatever you type will appear on the web page automatically. Now, with what we've learned until now, you can do that with two different ways. Either you use a form with a submit button and an input for the user to type something, or you can use the prompt box. Okay, but I'm going to show you how to do it with the form. So let's create a form first. Now the form needs an ID. Let's call this form 1. And then you have to type on submit equals to the function that we will later create. And that function, basically what we'll have is a script to insert something on the web page with a variable. That variable will hold the values that the user types on the input of the form. Okay, so let's leave this empty for now. Now let's type title. Now input type equals text. Let's give it an ID of title 1, and then let's give it a size of 25 characters. And down here, sorry, this is not the size of characters. This is only the size of the box or the input. And now we can type title and then description. Now what we can do is basically grab this, and instead of 25, let's type 55, okay? And here, let's take title 1 out and let's give it another ID. Let's call this disk1. And here we need to type a line break, and here another line break. Okay, let's save this. And now let's create the input button. Input type equals, and this is submit, okay, because we're going to submit some information. Value equals, and the value is whatever you want to appear on the button. So I want to appear submit. And yeah, that's basically it. Okay, so now here inside JavaScript, let me just check how this appears on the web page. Okay, for now, this is what we have. It's not very stylish. Let's leave it like this for now. Well, let's give it a little bit of more space there. Okay, so let's give it another line break here and another line break there. Save it. Okay, so there it is. Title, you can type whatever you want here. And then description. So let's create the function that will write definitely something on the web page. So the first thing obviously is function, and let's type write. Okay, so inside the function, the first name is create a variable called title, and this is equal to, now what we have to do is grab this title here with the get element by ID title 1. So get element by ID and title 1, okay, and dot, and now to hold anything that's typed inside the input, we need to put here the value, okay? Value is whatever the user types there. Now let's create a new variable, which will be called this task here, and document dot get element by ID. And we need this ID here, desk1 dot value. Okay, so now we have the variables that will hold anything that the user types either on this input and on this input. And here, let me type document dot write. Now let's type title, sorry. Title. Okay, let's, instead of h1, let's type h3, and then let's close h3, and here plus, and then title. Okay, and you can even type here a line break as well. So line break, and now document write h3 and description h3. So
So we need a little space here and here. And then, sorry, this is title, and then this is desk. Okay, so instead of using onSubmit, we're gonna use another event that it's a lot better. Let's delete the onSubmit, and in here, instead of submit, input type, let's type button, okay? And now to give an action to this, and let me just run this and see how this is going. Okay, so we have title, let's type big news, and here, let's type whatever. If we click submit, you see that nothing happens to the button because we need some action, okay, for the button to do something specifically. So to do that, what we type here is on click, okay, and inside on click, which means this is a event handler, and we're gonna learn this later on. So this, what we'll do is whenever you click this button, call the function or do what the function right has in here as a script. So if you save this and you run it, let's type big news, and here nothing special, and you submit, nothing appears. Why? Let me just check here. Okay, this could happen a lot of times to you. Make sure whenever you create a function, you don't use the same name as we use for properties. Otherwise, it will confuse a lot of the JavaScript code. So let's just call this function do it. And here, do it, okay? It confuses JavaScript and it will not work. So if now we go to launch this in Chrome and type big news and description, nothing special here, and submit, there it is. So you can, with this simple on-click event handler and a function, you can basically put anything on a web page that your user types on the input or a form. Okay guys, so this is it, and see you guys in the next lecture. Hello everyone, and welcome to another JavaScript lecture. Let's learn how to create and how to set styles or CSS code with JavaScript. So let's create some CSS with some properties. So let's create ID div 1, and this will have, let's give it a background color of black, and the body, let's create the div ID div 1, and let's close it here, and let's give it also a height of 30 pixels and a width of 30 pixels. Okay, there it is. Let's put a little bit more, 130 and 130. Okay, so we can see it a lot better. Okay, there it is. So now we have this square with a background color black, and what I want to do is create a simple button that will trigger a function that will change the background color. Okay, let's say for blue instead of black. So you're going to use the onClick event handler again, as we did in the last video. So we need to create, first of all, let's create a button here. Let's type a line break, and then input type equals button, and let's say on click equals, and I don't have
the function yet. So let's leave that empty and let's give it a value. Let's type here, click me. Okay, save this. Let's see what happens if we open this. Okay, so if we click here, nothing happens. But let's create the function that will change the background color whenever you click the button. So the first thing is to grab the value div1. So let's call this variable first, or let's call this blue div. And now we're gonna type document.get element by ID. And inside get element by ID, we're gonna type div1. Okay. Now down here, we're gonna create the function. And now the property background color with capital C equals to, and let's type here blue. Okay, or whatever the code for the color you want. Okay, so in here we're gonna type blue and semicolon. So now if we run this and click the click me button, bam, blue. Everything is blue in the square. Okay, so how did this work? Basically, we use the style, okay, for styling whatever the document.getElement by ID div1, which is this div here. Whatever we want to style it, we can do it by using the style property dot and then the property of the CSS equals to blue. If we type here red, and you go here and click, there it is, bam. Okay, so you have a lot of possibilities here to create something really cool on your web page with buttons, functions, and with the on-click event handler. Okay, we'll learn more and more how to use the on-click in the next video, but this is just a little sample on how powerful this is. Okay guys, so yeah, that's basically it, and please practice and try other colors, and you can try other properties instead of the background color as well. So see you guys in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everyone. In this lecture we'll talk about how to create event handlers. We're going to start with a very simple and one of the most famous event handlers, and I already talked about it on the last lecture, which is the on-click. Okay, so whenever you click a button or some element like a div with your mouse pointer on a web page and something happens or some action happens or it triggers some action after you point the mouse or click on that button, we call that an event. And there are a few event handlers you can use. One of them is on-click, of course, and another one very famous is the mouse over, which will trigger something whenever your mouse is over some element like a div or button or whatever element on a web page. So I'm going to show you how to use all that. So the first thing we should do is create a simple function. Let's create a function that creates an alert. So let's call this function hi. And now we type window.alert, or you can just type alert only. It will work as well. And then let's type hi, this works. And inside the body section, let's type an input type button. Let's create a button. And with a value saying click here, and then we're going to use the event on click equals
And now here we have to type the name of the function. So it's hi, and don't forget the parentheses and semicolon. And close it here. Okay, now let's save this. Let's run it in Chrome. Let's click it, and there it is. Okay, so it works perfectly. Now you can also put the function or the action directly in here. I'm gonna show it how to do it. So let's take the function out of here, and in here let's type alert, and inside the alert, whenever you have to type double quotes inside other two double quotes, like in this case, we use single quotes, okay? Otherwise, it will not work, okay? Because as you can see, now the JavaScript thinks that this is an open double quote and this is a closing double quote. Okay, so this will not be nothing and not recognize as JavaScript here. So what we do is type here single quotes. Okay, so now what we'll do is hi. It works. Awesome. Okay, now let's save this and run it. Click, and there it is. It works the same way. So you can put any JavaScript code directly in here and it will work. Okay. There's also other way using the get element by ID and the onClick event. So let's say we want to create a form. Let's close the form, and inside the form let's create an input. Type equals button value. Click here, and here we're going to give it an ID to this element input, and let's call this testing. Okay, outside the form, let's grab this, copy it, and put it here. So let's take the script tags out of here and put them in here so we can create some JavaScript. And in here, let's create a variable, and let's call this variable button test equals document dot get element by ID, and inside we're gonna put the ID testing. Okay, so we're gonna grab, as you know, the element that has ID testing, which is this one here. Okay, in this variable, and now what we're gonna do is use the name of the variable button test dot, and now we use the onClick event, and this will equal to a function. You don't need to put, in this case, you don't need to put any name to the function, okay? Because the function is already related directly to the onClick event and the variable button test, which at the same time holds this element in here. Okay, so now what the function is going to do is, let's type alert. It works this way too. And let's save this, and let's check if this works. Okay, if you click it, there it is. Okay, so these are the three different ways you can use to trigger something with an event, and we're gonna learn more in the next video, some more examples with other event handlers. Okay, so see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hi everyone, and welcome to another lecture of JavaScript. So let's continue with more events, and I'm going to show you a few little more that are very famous and you can use.
So to start, let's create a form, and I'm going to show you how to use or what the onFocus event does. So let's create a form like the one I have here, and let's type full name and then an input type text, and then you're going to type the event onFocus. And inside the event onFocus, we're going to type an alert box. Alert. And inside the alert box, we're going to type single quotes. We're going to type your name here. And let's save this and let's run this in Chrome. Okay, so if you go to the full name and click it, you'll have an alert box saying type your name here. So the onFocus, basically what it does is whenever you click the input on the page, it will do, or it will trigger whatever action or script or code you have here. Okay, so you can use the onFocus to pop up messages for the user saying that please type your name in this input, or please don't type more than whatever characters in this input, or any message you want. Okay, now let's learn another one, which is onBlur. And let's type here an alert saying please come back, and let's create another input. Let's type a BR here, and in here let's create another one, input text, and let's take the onBlur out. Save this and let's run it. Let's give it another line break here. And let's type dress. Let's save this and let's run it. Okay, so we have the full name here, and whenever we click another input, the pop-up shows up. Okay, so I'm in the full name input right now. As you can see, we have this border in blue, but as soon as I click another one, we have the onBlur event triggering the action or the function or whatever script. Okay, please come back, and that's the one we have here. So onFocus is whenever you click the input, what happens, or it triggers something, and onBlur, it's whenever you leave that input. You also have another one very famous, which is the onSubmit, and we use that a lot on forms. So let's type here onSubmit equals. Now let's type an alert here saying your form has been submitted. Okay. Now, in order for this to work, we need to put button here. Okay, input type. But instead of button, we need to put here submit. Okay, this is a submit element that will submit any values of the form. Let's give it a value here and submit as well. Okay, let's save this. Let me just check here. There it is. And whenever you click submit, your form has been submitted. So basically, onSubmit is used in the form tag or in the form element to trigger something whenever you click the submit button. Okay, and this makes a lot of sense later on with PHP to connect with a database. So forms and form values will be submitted to a database. So we can store the name and the address and whatever information we have about the user. Later on, we will learn how to store all this in a database using JavaScript and PHP and MySQL, okay? Now, there are obviously a lot of other events you can use, so it's up to you to make sure you check out the list and the description page of this lecture, or you can also download our list of events in our guides at the end of the chapter. Okay, guys, so yeah, make sure you practice and see you guys. Hello everyone and welcome to another JavaScript lecture. In this lecture we will learn how to use the AddEventListener method. So the AddEventListener method is something that you can use to specify an event and a function to execute the event. So I'm going to show you right away how to do it. It's very, very simple. So let's create a variable. Let's call this Webpage equals to, and let's type here the URL address of any web page you want. Let's say Google, for example. So www.google.com, or instead of Google, let's type, for example, YouTube. Okay, semicolon. And now let's create a second variable. Let's call this element1, E1, and this is going to be equal to document.get element by ID, and here we're going to type the name of the ID that we have to create later on in the body section. Let's call this 1. Okay, now we can go to the body section and create a div ID equals one, and here let's type div. Okay, and now we can say, for example, or let's create a button here, input type button. And value is go to YouTube. Save this. Let me run this and check this out. Okay, so we have a button here, and whenever we click it, nothing happens. But let's add a function and to an event. To do it, we use the AddEventListener. So now we type E1 dot add event with capital E and capital L listener. And now we type parenthesis, semicolon. Now we need 3 values for inside the parenthesis on the AddEventListener method. So the first value we need to put in here is the event that we want to use. So we're going to use the onClick, but in order to use it with the AddEventListener, the name is click. Just type click, okay? Now a comma. And now we type a function, or create a function. Okay. And the function basically will take you to
the URL on the variable webpage one, which is YouTube. Whenever you click the ID 1, okay, or the button with the ID 1. So in order for you to send someone to another page with JavaScript, we type window dot location and now equal to the URL address. So we're going to use the variable webpage, which has the address youtube.com. Okay, semicolon. Let's save this. And now here, after the close bracket, we have to type either false or true. Now the false or true stands for whether you want the function to be executed in the capturing or bubbling phase. Make sure you type here false always, okay, in order for this to work. Now let's save this and let me launch this in Chrome. Click here. Okay, it doesn't work because we need to put this after the ID 1 element. Save this. Now let's run it. Click, and there it is. We are on YouTube. Okay guys, so this is how it works, and make sure you practice. Okay, see you guys later. Hello everyone, and welcome to another JavaScript lecture. In this video, I'm going to talk about JavaScript libraries and JavaScript frameworks. So JavaScript libraries are a group of files, of JavaScript files with JavaScript code, which helps you to develop something that you want to build with JavaScript. So basically has already pre-written or built-up functions that you can use. So there are a lot of JavaScript libraries out there. One of the most famous, and probably you already heard about it, is jQuery. Okay, but you also have Prototype, MooTools. It's very famous as well. So it's up to you if you want to build something with JavaScript, if you really want to use or you need to use a library. I would recommend jQuery because it has a lot of features and you can build a lot of cool things with jQuery. So let's visit their page. And if you want to download it, you just click here. And it's very simple to start using jQuery. We have a chapter all about jQuery, okay? So don't worry, you learn everything you need to know about jQuery to create cool projects, okay? And this is their webpage. So later on the jQuery chapter or jQuery course, I'm going to teach you how to implement and start working with jQuery, okay? Now, frameworks, on the other hand, are the concept is very similar to libraries, and a lot of times people mix the two of them. They call frameworks libraries, or they call the libraries frameworks. So a lot of times they misunderstood which one of them really are. So frameworks is also a group of files with already built-in JavaScript functions and JavaScript methods or JavaScript objects. And a lot of times frameworks already brings, or they already have a lot of forms, pre-built forms that you can use to create logins or registers. They already have templates that you can use just by using or calling a function. A template will be created automatically. So usually frameworks are created, or they are used to create a really big project with JavaScript, okay? Now, one of the most famous frameworks is AngularJS. And AngularJS has a lot of awesome capabilities with HTML5 and CSS3. And if you are creating a big project, you should use something like this, okay? Now, if you really want to learn how to use AngularJS, you'll need to follow the learning section here, which their homepage provides. Okay, they also have videos and tutorials. Don't be scared because the learning curve, it's really easy because this is really JavaScript at the end of the day. Okay, so you can learn this very, very quickly. Okay guys, so yeah, that's it. If you want to learn more about some other frameworks, JavaScript frameworks or JavaScript libraries, just search it on Google. Okay, so that's it and see you guys later. Bye.